Samago? How do you say your last name? Samoj. Has it, do an invocation, and then Rich will do a Pledge of Allegiance before we call this meeting to order.
Good morning, Board. Loving Heavenly Father, we come to you this hour asking for your blessing and help as we gather together. We pray for guidance in the matters at hand and ask that you would clearly show us how to conduct our work with a spirit of joy and enthusiasm. Give us the desire to find ways to excel in our work. Help us to work together and encourage each other to excellence. We ask that we would challenge each other to reach higher and farther to the best we can be. We ask this in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Call this Pinal County Board of Supervisors meeting to order for Wednesday, December 10th, 2025. So, first, everybody, silence your cell phones if you could. I've already done mine this time, so I'm ahead of the schedule. So the first item on the agenda is County Manager's Report.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman. Thank you. Wanted you and the employees and the public to know that as we have done several months ago, issued the bonds to construct facilities around the county and especially this campus for a building that's going to house the assessor's office, recorder's office, treasurer's office, HR, budget, finance, economic development. It's about a 125,000 square foot building. We're going to start some construction activity on that probably January 5th. And so there will be a fencing off of some of that area. We're building D and the old victim services building and some of this parking area in front of building A. And so there's going to be a parking plan that's in the works and close to being final now, but there will be some designated parking for employees and for customers and access for customers to the buildings while that's happening. D is going to get demolished. That old victim services building is going to get demolished. And then it'll probably be about 2 years of construction for the building to be up. And then once it's up, then we'll take down some of the other old buildings and then open the parking back up. So we'll be working through that over the next couple of years.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman.
Anything else? All right. Okay, moves us to item number 2 on the agenda, presentation of certificates of service, employees for 20, 30, and 35 years. Mr. Liu.
Thank you, Chairman. We have 6 employees to celebrate this morning. And the first one I'm going to mention because she's not here today, but Lisa Thrash from IT has been with us for 20 years. And in her career, she worked for the assessor's office as an appraiser and then has also been working more recently the last few years as a GIS analyst. And you can imagine those two things go hand in hand. And as you all know, and I hope the public and business community knows how useful our GIS system is and how much information and how much access and abilities that the community can do with that. So thank you to Lisa and congratulations.
Okay.
And then next, we have John Espinoza, who's been with us for 20 years. I don't believe he's here today, but thank you, John, for your years of service. He's in facilities. He's worked his way up over the years. Is currently a facilities project manager. I believe Nick might be here to make comments this morning.
There he is.
And we have another one of his employees to celebrate, so you might want to, if you want to speak to both. Stephen Yetka has been with us for 30 years, is a custodian in the facilities department. So if you want to come up and celebrate and commemorate both John and Stephen, that'd be great.
Stephen here? Oh, there he is. Okay, good.
Good morning, members of the board. I've been here almost 2 years. Both of these gentlemen, John Espinoza, one has shown me a lot throughout the county. Stephen here, what can I say? We've given him so many things to do, and he takes everything in stride and with a smile. He never gives us any grief. He'll just do what we ask him to do. He's been a great employee in my short time here, so congratulations, Stephen, on 30 years. All right, bud.
So don't run off because there will be a group photo here in a little bit.
Thank you, Stephen. Next, we have Sabrina Lamb, who has been with us for 35 years in the Public Fiduciary's office. She's a Guardian Administrator Supervisor. Very thankful for people like her in this field because it's a much needed and somewhat of a niche field. And so what a great team we have there and have been there for quite a long time. And I believe Rhonda's here to speak.
Good morning, board members and Leo. My name is Rhonda Garcia, and I'm currently serving as the interim director for the Public Fiduciary's Office. Today, we are here to recognize one of my invaluable employees for her 35 years of dedicated service. I have had the honor and the pleasure of working alongside Sabrina for most of these 35 years. Sabrina has worked her way up through various positions within the office, and as a result, she has become a wealth of knowledge. Her coworkers often turn to her for advice and guidance, and she is well liked and respected by her community contacts. I cannot emphasize enough how valuable Sabrina is to the office and to me personally. Her unwavering dedication to the population we serve is truly commendable. Thank you, Sabrina, for all that you do for the office and for our wards. You are an irreplaceable asset. Congratulations on your 35.
Thank you both. And for those that don't know, the Public Fiduciary's Office does care for the wards when there's nobody else, too. So, next, we have Tony Bingo, who has been with us for 30 years and is a victim support specialist. Is Tony with us this morning? Yeah. Chief Hoyos, thank you.
Deputy Chief Gilbert Oyles here, Pinal County Jail. Good morning, Chairman Miller, members of the board. Today we proudly recognize Tony Bingo Chea, badge number 165. I'll give you an idea, mine badge number 712, and we're at 2,900 something now. For 30 years of outstanding and dedicated service with Pinal County Sheriff's Office and Pinal County Jail. Just like as few other employees, Bingo has served at 3 county facilities, old jail, old jail 96, and now the new jail. Bingo started out as a detention aide in the old jail, and when 96 jail opened, Bingo was reclassified to administrative clerk within the booking release division and intake. During this time, Bingo played an essential role in being an extraordinary resource to the intake supervisors in file preparation of inmates being released from custody and or other agencies. Bingo has also played a vital role in the process of classifying inmates. For example, when we classify inmates, it's a minimum, medium, maximum security level. Even at my position and when I was promoting up the ranks, Bingo even trained me in classification when I was running the classification unit for the jail. So thank you, Bingo, for all your advice on that. Perfect example of if we stay away from litigation, I can put it best for the classification is you don't want to house a DUI offender with an alleged murder. That's not good for the litigations. We got to keep them separate. Due to the years of accumulated knowledge and experience, Bingo continues to serve as an essential and trusted resource for the intake supervisors, and that's going all the way above sergeants, lieutenants, to captain, and even to myself. In 2009, Bingo transferred to Victim Rights Division as a victim rights specialist. As a victim rights specialist, he skillfully developed this area, established new procedures that have contributed to significant improvement throughout the years. Bingo has consistently excelled in his duties, successfully achieving high performance in all formal audits conducted by the Attorney General's office. Bingo, at this time, we thank you for your 30 years of loyal, exceptional service to Pinal County Sheriff's Office and Pinal County Jail and the entire community where you have served the integrity, dedication, and professionalism. Thank you, Bingo. Good job.
Thank you, Bingo. Next, we have Robert Ibarra, who's been with us for 20 years and is a sergeant in detention.
Deputy Chief Gilbert Oyles again. Sergeant Ibarra won't be able to make it today. I don't see him out here. He does work the PM shift, so he holds the night shift, so I'm pretty sure he's getting some rest. But he's an extraordinary officer. He's been there like 20 years, 13 years approximately as a frontline detention officer, and then he decided to promote in his career as carries the rank of sergeant. Also want to recognize he has a lot of certifications and conducts a lot of our training for our employees for CPR instructor, taser instructor, a field training officer. And the most role that he really plays is that he also certified as a 287G officer within our facility, where he's able to utilize the immigration ICE platform to conduct thorough investigations to see if any of these new arrivals that are booked in our facility, if they're here illegally or legally here in the United States. So he carries that role, Simony. So sorry he couldn't make it, but he's very well known there at the Pinal County Jail.
Yeah, thank you, Chief Oyles, and thank you, Robert, and thank you for working those nights. That's all of them, Chairman.
All right, well, thank you. If we could have all our recipients that are here come forward, and we'll get a group photo with the board, suitable for framing.
For you guys? There you go. There you go. Let's go. Goodman, just come right here. There you go. Oh, nice. Happy faces. I know, I fight it every time. Okay, and nice smiles right here. 3, 2, and we're going to do it again. Big smile. 3, 2. Awesome. Thank you very much.
I know. Need to discuss the diet. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Item number 3 is the Supervisors District's updates regarding notable current and or upcoming events concerning the districts. So let's start with We'll start with Mr. Surtee. Supervisor Surtee?
I don't have any. I'm ready for the Civic Engagement Award.
Okay. Well, and I'm going to stall that till 10 o'clock. So, oh, he is. So I can take that in the next. Okay. Goodman, do you have anything?
Yes, I do. I'll turn on my microphone first of all. Pretty historic moment for the town of Santan Valley. They've got their first town manager now. They just made it official on Wednesday. So they're moving in the right direction, doing the things that they need to be doing. I've been busy driving a few of the council members around, showing them some of the area, what we've been doing, what's in the plans that we've been planning in the head, looking ahead, as well as this last Saturday, the county participated in an event that took place over in Peoria at the training facility for the Mariners and the Padres, and it was specifically for foster kids. They had over 1,000 registered, and the theme was a Christmas theme. It was Whoville. The reason why we were engaged in it is for two reasons. We have quite a few residents that go to this event, but then my daughter-in-law is the chairman of it, and so as it always goes, you're voluntold. I've done that to my kids in the past. I guess it's my turn to get voluntold what I was going to do, where I was going to be, and what they needed. But it was a great event, and many of our residents here that are in foster care were there, and it was overwhelming. It's one thing neat to see the residents of all the communities go there and participate for our youth. And so that was a humbling experience, and so those are the things that took place in my district. Thank you.
Rich?
Sure. Well, you would figure in a week, how much could I possibly do? But it's been a crazy week. Started off with Maricopa City Council. I went to Coolidge City Councils. It's been unbelievable how much Public Works does for the districts, for the county. We had a project that started and was finished in 3 weeks, roughly 11 miles of paving roads, repaving roads, putting in a new road, and the people in that area, in the Santan area, the smallest little piece of Santan that I do have that's unincorporated, they are very happy people. Kenny and the group of Public Works did an amazing job, Development Services, unbelievable. They did a job that, like I said, 11 miles in 3 weeks. That was just absolutely incredible. I have another update also on the 347 Papago Road. It is becoming a very dangerous road. Development Services also told me that we are in the works of having a light put up there, and we're probably within 2 years going to have a light put up there for the people at Papago Road and the 347. We just had another accident about a week ago, and it's a very dangerous area, but I'm so happy that this is going to happen. We had Maricopa in the city of Maricopa, and then today we have I put together with about 24 different fire stations in the Pinal County area for Fire Risk Alliance Symposium. And what that is, it's a battery storage symposium talking about what's going on with battery storage, what's happening when that fires go, if a fire does start. The beauty of this is that we've got roughly 47, 48 people. Coolidge was nice enough to let us use their PD training center for them to learn about battery storage and battery fires. And that way they know what they're walking into. It's a little different, a house fire, you don't know what you're walking into when you have a house fire. But a battery storage fire, these guys are getting trained on what's happening with battery if there is a fire. So it's a great thing. Like I said, they're out there, they're learning about it, and it's super important. But one of the other things that I'm really, really happy about, So many years ago in Thunderbird Fire Department, they have a building and a piece of land that was donated to the county. And we have worked it out that we're going to be able to donate that to Thunderbird Fire so they don't have to go out and figure out a new place to go. And I'm honored to be the one who gets to mention this, that the Thunderbird Fire Department is going to have their own place, their own home. We got to work out all the logistical stuff. But the bottom line is that thank you, Alan, and thank you, Thunderbird Fire, for doing what you do out there. And you guys earn this, and I'm happy to be a part of that. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Mm-hmm. Supervisor?
Thank you, Chairman. Monday I attended I was out at Pinal Air Park and attended the ribbon cutting for the Ascent Aviation hangars. If you drive down I-10 and go by the Pinal Air Park, that's typically known as the airplane graveyard over there. We've been doing a lot of renovation work over there, and Ascent is a company that they refurbish airplanes, maintenance, I forget what they call it now, but anyway, maintenance, repair, and something else. And they basically right now they're taking 777 Boeing airplanes and converting them from passenger to freight airliners. As the 747s are going out, these are coming in, and so they're big business. These are 90,000 square foot hangars, and they're like 94 feet tall inside. They're massive. I was teasing with them because they're fabric and steel. They look like, I said, oh, so it's a craft fair tent. He didn't like that, but that was okay. But it's about a $75 million investment in the Pinal Air Park, which is really impressive. And that goes toward our business plans for that air park to become a nice, big asset for Pinal County. So that was fun. Let's see. This next Friday the 19th, Valley Farms out here, 287, will be having a cleanup sponsored by my office in the county from 7 to 1. And they'll take the general clutter and old appliances just in time so that you can bring more clutter into your house over the holiday season. So that's all that's going on. Thank you.
Right. Well, thank you. So I don't usually have a lot to talk about, but I have a little bit to talk about today. First of all, I want to do a little shout out to my district administrator, Brandon Gaylord, who sits on the board of the Salvation Army. And the Salvation Army put together a cattle drive opening dinner and ceremony on last Thursday. And they had never done this before, and they're a little reluctant, but anyway, it was a very, very big success. A lot of companies and a lot of people participated in it. They collected over $30,000 that night. So Salvation Army rarely sees those kind of donations for their operation, and was a very successful. And thanks you to everyone that participated in that function that night. Friday night there was Saturday night was the Electric Light Parade, and another kind of community involvement I want to put in there. It was over 100 floats, and I did not see all 100 of them, but I saw 3/4 of them. At how many companies and businesses and churches and schools participate in that parade? It's a very, very large and great community activity. It really shows how Casa Grande and the Pinal County area really kind of supports community activities like that. It's usually it is sponsored by APS, but it's a wonderful night. And the fact that I had 6 of my 7 grandchildren in it didn't really matter. But anyway, it was really a great evening for Casa Grande and that parade with, like I said, over 100 floats. Then Saturday morning, I participated in judging a group of high school students. It's called We the People. And I did not really have a really good understanding about what it was all about until actually I ended up participating in it. So high schools put together debate teams and students that study the Constitution And in a competition scenario, they put together a group of them. There's usually about 3 to 4 students that participate at each one of the questions. And I was joined by another school teacher and an attorney, a defense attorney. And then we go from room to room and ask them a constitutional question and see how well they understood it and grade them on their responses, which was very, very exciting for me to see how well these kids understand the Constitution, the rights of individuals, and the concept of what the Bill of Rights really meant. These questions were all surrounded around the Bill of Rights, but their knowledge and their understanding of that part of our Constitution was very, very gratifying to me to listen to their answers. So it gives me hope that we do have a generation maybe that really does understand and will keep the Constitution alive. So, and this was a qualifier. I believe 3 of these 4 teams will get to go on to a state competition. I'm going to track it as best I can, and hopefully I'll be able to participate in it again next year. So those are 3 things that I did this last week, and it was a very rewarding week. So thank you. We ready to move on to item number 4? Okay. Well, we'll start with Rich. You say you guys here now? So this is a presentation of the certificates of civic engagement by each of the districts. This award to follow Pinal County residents and the community members who make a positive difference in our communities. So go ahead, Rich.
Thank you, Chairman. This has got to be something I hate to do. I love to do it, but I hate to have to only be able to pick one person. And it is very difficult. But with this one, it became very obvious who I should pick. I've known this man for about 1.5 years, 2 years. I've gotten to know him even better as a supervisor. But Chief Alan Alcott, he has served for the Thunderbird Fire District. He also was a firefighter for Ak-Chin for many, many years, 22 if I remember correctly, and then became the volunteer chief of Thunderbird Farms. He risked his life in 2005 to drag a person out of a car, not even on duty. He pulled them out of the car and saved his life. That is just an absolute blessing, Alan. Thank you for that. He now serves as as I said, the chief of Thunderbird Farms, a volunteer fire department that I was able to tell them some good news this morning, that this man's an incredible man, and he serves it as a volunteer. And out in that area, they have a pretty large area that they serve. And the response time is unbelievable for a volunteer fire department. I hear all the great stories, and I'm honored to nominate and also, well, I guess we have to vote on it, correct? Or no, that's not something we vote on? We don't vote on this?
No.
No, okay. But not only nominate, but actually pick Alan Alcott as my Citizen Award. Thank you, Alan. Do it first?
Sure.
All right. And nice smile. 3, 2.
He's on
Do one more just to make sure. Somebody always blinks. And 3, 2. There we go.
Surdy? Mr. Surdy?
So these are proclamations. Are we reading the proclamation and then voting on them? And so,
We don't vote on it.
okay.
You're presenting.
Okay.
You're
So I'm going to read the proclamation for Judge David Orzel, which is 1 page. But I actually have 3 pages that I'm not going to read. That's how impactful this man has been to the Kearney and the whole Copper Basin area. So, whereas it is my immense pleasure to present this award to recognize Judge David Orzel for his remarkable dedication to service and his lifelong commitment to strengthening District 5 over the years. And whereas for more than 48 years he has demonstrated exceptional commitment to service, leadership, and community well-being. His career in education, public service, environmental stewardship, and emergency response had made a lasting impact on the Copper Basin region. And whereas his community service began as a 4th grade teacher and high school coach, influencing generations of local students through football, wrestling, and baseball. He became principal of Ray Primary School in 1993, Ray High School in 2001. During his tenure at the high school, he was instrumental in the transition from aging, unsafe structures to the newly constructed school facilities that serve the community today. And whereas Judge David Orzel's civic involvement includes more than 3 decades of dedication to the Keep Arizona Beautiful initiative. In 1993, he helped establish Kearney's monthly free dump day, providing residents with a responsible option for waste disposal and substantially reducing illegal dumping. He continues to volunteer each month, overseeing operations, coordinating disposal and recycling services, maintaining compliance records, and assisting with EPA inspections. And whereas, as a longtime board member and past president of the Copper Basin Healthcare Foundation, he collaborated with Cobra Valley Regional Medical Center leadership and ultimately secured stable management for the community clinic and worked with local and state partners to help secure a Brownfields Award that enabled the demolition of the unsafe facility, leading to the opening of Kearney's new community clinic this year. Now, therefore, I, Jeff Surdy, Pinal County Board of Supervisors, District 5, do hereby proudly present Judge David Orzel with the Civic Engagement Award in recognition for his outstanding achievement in Pinal County on this 10th day of December. So, like I said, there's much more than that. Getting that clinic open was amazing. And he was also starting offensive lineman for the Sun Devils back during his college years. So how cool is that? So,
Probably watching.
okay. And thank you for making the trip up here.
Where's that?
Three, two, and do one more. 3, 2, whoops, sorry. 3, 2, 1. Fresh batteries. One more. 3, 2.
Change the battery. Supervisor Goodman.
Yeah, thank you. You know, like Rich, there's been so many individuals that have done a lot of good and without even being asked or anything of that nature in my district. But there is one particular individual that has stood out over the years as I've watched him, been a part of his life and seen him as a father, as a husband. The things that really stand for what our community is all about begins with a family. And Buchanan Davis has been that individual. He has served in different capacities at his own expense. He's been called in by his church to serve as a bishop in his congregation at his own expense, working with the individuals in his area, those that were unfortunate and those that were fortunate. But bringing people together has always been Buck's ability. I call him Buck. Some people call him Bucky. His work has been as a profession has been in government relations with SRP, University of Arizona, ASU. He's been a big part of helping integrate and bring those communities together, along with these professions that he's been involved with. It is my immense pleasure to present this award to recognize Buchanan for his exceptional service and invaluable contributions to District 2 over the years. And I mean years. I think he moved out there in 2008 as a newlywed. And so his kids are growing up in our community. Through his continued perseverance and unwavering dedication, he has played a pivotal role in the success and progress of our community, both personally and professionally. He is an individual that was on the committee on 2 different times to help Santan Valley become incorporated. He's been a big influence in that area. This certificate is a testament to the countless hours that he's invested in strengthening relationships, fostering collaboration, and building the unifying bridges that District 2 has need for so long. Buchanan Davis' commitment to District 2 is inspiring. Whether he is working behind the scenes or support to local initiatives, connecting stakeholders to promote effective problem solving, or showing up for residents in meaningful ways, he consistently demonstrates what true civic engagement looks like. He leads with integrity, humility, and genuine desire to uplift those around him. And whereas his tireless efforts towards the betterment of the community have been truly remarkable and commendable, and this award is a fitting tribute to his hard work and dedication, not only to his community, but to his wife and to his children. Now, therefore, I, Mike Goodman, Pinal County Board of Supervisors of District 2, do hereby proudly present Buchanan Davis with the Civic Engagement Award in recognition of his outstanding civic engagement here in Pinal County, dated this December 10th, 2025.
And nice smile. 3, 2. We're going to do it again. 3. Giving it a second. 3, 2. 1. There we go.
High school team.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My award winner is not here today. He has a full-time job, so hopefully he watches the video. But I met him in 2013 when I was on the Oracle School District Governing Board. He and his family, they were integral to the school district at the time, and I've watched his girls grow from little kids to now they're full adults, and it just kind of makes me feel like I'm really old now. But anyway, we'll go from there. So, whereas it is my immense pleasure to present this award to recognize Chief Robert Jennings for his exceptional service and invaluable contribution to District 4 over the years, and whereas Chief Robert Jennings, born in Mammoth and a proud resident of Pinal County for 48 years, sorry, Robert, didn't mean to give your age away, has demonstrated unwavering dedication to the community he has called home throughout his life. And whereas, through his continued perseverance and unwavering dedication, Chief Robert Jennings has played a pivotal role in making a positive impact on the community. He was appointed to Fire Chief of Oracle Fire District in January of 2017. And prior to that, he served as Assistant Chief, Captain, Firefighter, and as an Explorer with the Oracle Fire District, also having a full-time job. Whereas in May of 2025, he was instrumental in communicating with the residents of Oracle during the Cody Loop fire. Chief Robert Jennings' leadership and clear direction guided both residents and construction crews through multiple road closures and evacuations. His quick thinking and decision to work directly with the construction company to open critical roads ultimately saved lives. Thank you. And whereas this award is a testament to the countless hours of hard work and selfless service that Chief Robert Jennings has put into improve the lives of the people in District 4, and whereas Chief Robert Jennings' tireless efforts towards the betterment of the community have been truly remarkable and commendable, and this award is a fitting tribute to his dedication to Pinal County. Now, therefore, I, Jeffrey McClure, Pinal County Board of Supervisors, District 4, do hereby proudly present Chief Robert Jennings with the Civic Engagement Award in recognition of his outstanding civic engagement in Pinal County, dated this day, 10th of December, 2025. So, Kevin, you want to Photoshop? I'll come down. You can Photoshop him in. That'd be great, right?
Thank you, Supervisor McClure. Like Supervisor McClure's, my recipient was not able to make it. Very busy man, and we were talking about possible times that he might be able to come to a Board of Supervisors. It doesn't look like that's happening, but that doesn't matter. I'll work out something for him to receive this certificate at my office. Mr. McEwen met me over 50 years ago when I had long hair and a ponytail. He did not judge me. He did not. What he did was, welcome me to Casa Grande, and has been a friend ever since. We were at a funeral not too long ago, sat next to each other, and reminisced about all the things that we'd seen in the last 50 years. And if you were to look up civic engagement in the dictionary, I think there would be a picture of Scott McEwen. So I'll read this proclamation now. It is my immense pleasure to present this award and recognize Scott McEwen for his remarkable dedication to service and his lifelong commitment to the strengthening District 3 over the years. And whereas for more than 4 decades he has lived out the belief that a community's health is measured by how it is treated its most vulnerable residents. And whereas as a long-time educator and former superintendent of Casa Grande Union High School, Scott has combined leadership, humility, and compassion throughout his career. In retirement, he has expanded his services even further, helping to unify local churches, supporting nonprofits, and building partnerships that meet real needs across Pinal County. And whereas Scott McEwen played a central role in transforming the Emergency Assistance Ministry into what it is today, Faith Alliance of Casa Grande's fostering cooperation among faith-based organizations and leading major initiatives such as community blood drives, food assistance, and support for Casa Grande's resource centers. And whereas Scott McEwen has been a key contributor to the mayor's task force on homeless, he secured humanitarian funds for local services, coordinated large-scale food deliveries to area food banks, and strengthened programs like St. Vincent de Paul, Laundry Love through the hands-on problem solving. And now, therefore, I, Stephen Miller, Pinal County Board of Supervisor, District 3, do hereby proudly present Scott McEwen with a Civic Engagement Award in recognition of his outstanding civic engagement in Pinal County, dated 10th day of December. That's if you were to Google Scott, you'd see all the other things. It was interesting. One of the days I threw out that maybe he could come to a Board of Supervisors, he goes, "No, can't do that. I got a semi-load of food coming." I have to get unloaded. So just shows what a great individual he is, and certainly worthy of this recognition. So thank you. Okay, that brings us, I think we're on item 5, updated related elections department. I don't believe Dana Lewis is here, but I believe we have a video.
Members of the board, Dana Lewis, Pinal County Recorder and Officer in Charge of Elections. As you can see from my MOU presentation, I am not available because I am in Phoenix at the ACO conference with members of our team. There we're going to be discussing some of the upcoming legislation that we will be presenting in 2026 to the members of the board. Additionally, we're going to be meeting with our affiliate groups to discuss items such as the change from the No Labels Party to the Arizona Independent Party, the complications that are coming with that, our upcoming election schedule, priorities to move the primary date up by at least a week into July, and then additionally, looking at ways that we can make sure that without losing accuracy or efficiency, to make sure that all early ballots are processed in a more effective manner by potentially moving up the last day a person can drop off their ballot by mail. We also plan to present to you in January a full presentation showing you all of the analytics and statistics that were gathered during 2025. I want to do a special shout out to Odie on his recent acceptance of his service award, and then wish everybody in Pinal County a happy holiday season. Thank you for your time today.
All right, thank you. Brings us to item number 6, discussion, approval, or disapproval of the purchasing division for December 10th. Tracy?
Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chairman, and Board of Supervisors. Tracy Gorman, Purchasing Manager, and this is the Purchasing Division Report for December 10th, 2025. In this report, the Board is requested to approve 2 contract awards for ROQ 253428 for the CMAR for Pinal County Administration Star Building, RFP 253430 for credit and debit card processing. The Board is requested to approve 1 contract amendment for ROQ 251530 for job order contracting JOC for residential contractors. And lastly, we are seeking approval of 2 cooperative purchase requisitions over $250,000. I'll stand for questions.
Any questions on the purchasing division report? Seeing none, board's pleasure.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we approve the purchasing report dated December 10th, 2025.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good day. Consent agenda, item number 7. So all items indicated alphabetically below will be handled by a single vote as a part of the consent agenda, unless a board member, county manager, or a member of the public objects at the time the agenda item is called. I do have Supervisor McClure pulling F and G. Anybody else on the board have anything they want pulled? County manager? Anybody from the public? Come up, tell us which item it is, and if you'll phrase your question so that the person that is presenting can.
Okay, my name is Dia Podolsky, and I want to pull N through S, and I don't think somebody necessarily is going to have to come up with an answer because it's more procedural. It contains a trigger word for me, and that is retroactive. All of these are retroactive, and I think maybe you all can answer this. And in July, you approved a retroactive agreement between the Sheriff's Office and Tucson Police. And when I asked why it was retroactive at that time, the response I gave was that had to do with funding, and funding didn't come in at the right time because of transitions and different items. So I just want to know if that is the case, because I've looked since then, because I expected to have lots of these items, and there was one that we talked about before. But that's all I wanted is a clarification.
So the question is, why are they retroactive?
Absolutely.
Okay. And that's M through S. Do I have that correct?
Yeah.
M
N
as in-
through S.
M as in Mike.
No, N as in nothing.
Oh, N.
M probably should have had the word retroactive, but it doesn't.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll try and get that answer for you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anybody else from the audience? Okay, seeing none. Board's pleasure.
Let's see. Mr. Chair, I'm trying to figure out how to respond here. Let's see. How about, Mr. Chair, I move we approve consent items A through, shall I say S and then pull, or, you know what, I'm just going to say.
You can say that.
I can say, oh, thank you. Okay. Then, Mr. Chair, I move we approve consent items A through S minus items F and G and N as in Nevada through S as in Sierra.
Well done. Thank you. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you very much. F and G.
Mr. Chair, for F and G, we'll vote on them separately, but I just caught that they were listed in the wrong district. They tried to give them to Supervisor Goodman.
Did they?
And I noticed on the map that it was really on my side of the line, so just step back over there and put it back in my district. And
Actually, I think they got it right, Supervisor.
I don't think so. The map showed it was on my side.
It's a light that connects Santan Heights to
the Walmart. That's in mine.
So we got a boundary dispute here.
Yeah,
Joe, can you
settle this? Straighten him out for me, please.
For these two gentlemen?
I looked at the map, and
So the question is the location?
Correct.
Which district?
According to the map.
Oh, yeah. I believe it. Man, that's real close. It may be one side of the road or the other.
It's the access point of the driveway to
Yeah.
the Walmart, and that's.
I take in Walmart, I thought. I'm not going to shop there anymore if I don't.
I'd have to look real quick.
Can you pull the item up?
Because it does do a weird thing at that location, and it may be on right side versus left side or east side versus west side.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the actual total intersection, though.
So it should say
Oh, look.
2N.
Yeah.
The line goes right down the middle of that road, and
Yeah. So
sorry, Mike.
yeah.
No, where's
I just wanted clarification that it's District 4 rather than District 2.
No. So what district is it in then? Because what you're showing right now is not showing me.
That's Gary Road right there.
Correct.
And Gary Road is the delineation between your district and my district.
Correct. So technically,
road,
I would say
up the road.
both, because it will be that entire intersection, the west and the east side. So technically, District 2 and 4.
So then, okay.
So on the
Well,
motion.
I'm still right, but okay. So we can go with that one, that it should be District 2 and 4.
Correct.
Okay. So with that, thank you, Mr. Ortiz. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve item F with the correction that it is District 4 and 2.
I'm not sure I'm going to second that. No. I second that.
I have a motion and a second on item F.
That's just F, yes.
Just F, okay. On item F. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Item G.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve item G with the correction to read District 4 and 2.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Now, N through S, retroactive. Who wants to address that? We got a whole lot of people coming up on this one.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors. John Fury, Chief Relation Officer. I brought my budget analyst in case you guys ask me any difficult questions. But even though M wasn't pulled, we put ratification because we had a procedural error in the way we submitted M. So there was a form that we didn't have signed by the appropriate person. And then N, the AOC applied for an additional grant to support veterans on probation. This is the amount that we were awarded in addition to what we accepted earlier in the year. By putting retroactive, it just allows us, if we incurred expenses earlier in the year, that we could use it for that purpose also.
Okay. Is that consistent through?
I only will speak to the adult probation. Here's Jeannie on behalf of juvenile court.
Okay.
Hi, good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, members of the public. Jeannie Bradner, Director, Juvenile Court Services. The items that are on the agenda today that are retroactive are essentially cleanup items. We had a budget analyst that has, well, not essentially retired yet, but she's on terminal leave, that was supporting both adult and juvenile court services, and my budget analyst sat vacant for several months. And so now that I have a new budget analyst on board, thank you to Ms. Wood's office, I was able to bring her over to juvenile court services. She is doing a lot of cleanup and reconciling, and so these are items that did not previously get done during that transition time.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
Yes. Thank you all.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Sounds like we've answered these questions. So N through S.
Mr. Chair, I move we approve consent items N through S as written, presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you, everyone. Okay. Where are we at? What's the next one? We're going to recess the Board of Supervisors meeting and open up the Pinal County Flood Control District meeting. So I'll call that Flood District meeting to order. We have consent items. We have all items indicated alphabetically below will be handled by a single vote as part of the consent agenda unless the board member, county manager, or a member of the public objects at the time the agenda item is called. Anybody from the board want anything pulled? County manager's office or the public on the flood control district? Seeing none? Board's pleasure.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda for the flood district A and B as written.
Second.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. I'm going to adjourn the Pinal County Flood Control District and reopen the Board of Supervisors meeting. So we're on item 9, call to the public. Call to the public is a time for the members of the public to address the Board of Supervisors, provide public input relating to subject matter within the Board of Supervisors' authority or jurisdiction. Those wishing to address the Board of Supervisors not request permission in advance. Actions taken as a result of the public comment will be limited to directing the staff to study the matter or schedule it for further consideration and discussion at a later date. I do have some cards, so we'll just start with these, and then we'll ask the public if there's anybody else. So, Mr. Barry McCain.
Good morning, Chair Miller, Board of Supervisors, staff, and friends. I'm Barry McCain from the city of Maricopa, born and raised in Pinal County after serving 20 years in the United States Navy with 151 credit hours of college. I've been representing the state, county, municipal employees since 2005, Pinal Partnership, Water, and Transportation Committees, plus Pinal County Comprehensive Plan in 2006 for 2.5 years. On December the 3rd, I buried 25 veterans that were homeless. For over a decade, 22 veterans commit suicide per day for over a decade. Yet, now I have farmers that commit suicide at a rate 2 to every 1 veteran because of political environment. And now they're closing our schools. Things are getting very tight right now. We've got a lot of work to do in January. But we have a cabal, now it's apparent in Maricopa, between the nepotism and cronyism. They've been putting out disinformation for years, trying to stem free speech while using intimidation and manipulation tactics to control money and political positions. This city council has voted first. The problem was there. And for years, they've been saying that Maricopa was solvent. Yet now we have voters and residents that have to pay a half-cent sales tax, which is not justifiable. A great man once told me, we must deal with the shame or bust the vein. February the 5th, the outburst of Mr. Vitale proved there's a cabal that exists that has been reported now that bullying at city council meetings exists. Cabal is very bad for a republic, which we are just that. I'm here with a business degree asking this Board of Supervisors to do the only legal action possible to correct this bad behavior by conducting a forensic audit on the Maricopa City Council to protect District 1 and Pinal County citizens, voters, and residents' rights from being violated by these imposters.
David Coward.
Morning, Chair, Board. My name is Dave Coward. I'm speaking on behalf of Gold Canyon Community, Inc., and we wish to thank the Board and the County Public Works Department for their attention to recent issues affecting our community. Last month, I spoke at this Board at a call to the public for the need of the county to address flooding issues at the corner of Kings Ranch Road and Highway 60. Associated with the construction of the new Maverick service station. Within days of my call to the public, county staff was observed surveying the issue, and I'm pleased to announce additional mitigation to the flooding has been addressed. It was even tested by intentionally flooding the area to ensure proper drainage. We appreciate this prompt attention to the local problem. We also hope the Public Works Department will not forget the ongoing issue with emerging problem at that intersection as well. So, one down, one to go. We also wish to express our appreciation for the clearing of debris from a recent flooding of a culvert that runs under Sleepy Hollow. That was done by the Public Works Department. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Dee Podesky. You get that close? Getting better. Almost over.
My name is Dee Podesky, and I live in unincorporated Pinal County and District 5. After Brad Miller's Monday news conference, I felt confused and vindicated. I was confused as Pinal County has had a 276G MOA since October of 2009, when the sheriff was Paul Babu and the chairman of the board was David Snyder. However, the agreement Mr. Miller made was to formalize the relationship between his 8 investigators and ICE, and the 2009 agreement was with Pinal County Sheriff's Office. I'm still confused, but I will deal with my confusion. The vindication came with the amount of press coverage of the Miller event, which clearly demonstrated that immigration is a top concern and too controversial of a topic to be placed on a consent agenda. However, that's not what I want to talk about. This is the last meeting before Christmas, and Christmas is my favorite season of the year. I like the food, the parties, the decorations, the carols, the story. When I worked with the Episcopal Migration Ministry, I helped develop a resource entitled Las Posadas, A Journey with Mary and Joseph, a church-wide Christmas pageant. Las Posadas is a traditional Advent celebration in Latin America, which focuses on the experience of Mary and Joseph as they travel in search of hospitality and welcome. Our adaptation centered on how we are called to welcome strangers. I have a copy of it, if you want to see it. It's also online at the Episcopal Church's website, the big one. I also love silly Christmas movies. The ones where the prince comes in and falls in love with someone, and then at the end they kiss without really even touching sometimes. I call it the immaculate kiss. But there is a component that really draws me to it, and that is the concept of Christmas miracles. My dream for a miracle is that for at least a few weeks, we might enjoy a respite from focusing on divides and celebrate a shared commitment to peace on earth and goodwill to man. Thank you.
Thank you. Arlen Trout.
Good morning. I'm Arlen Trout from Gold Canyon, and I am objecting to the board's fast-track vote to rewrite the Civil Hearing Office rules. The same officials who refused to file criminal charges in Trout versus Russell or bring local land developers before the Civil Hearing Office now want to rewrite the rules they violated. This is not a routine, non-controversial item. Changing the rules will not save Pinal County from Trout versus Russell. This rewrite does not fix the old problem of selling political protection and favors to land developers in Pinal County. I was in court when Brent Billingsley and Joe Ortiz testified. That resulted in Pinal County getting sanctioned and intentionally issuing fraudulent permits and encouraging illegal construction after it was ordered demolished and removed by Judge McCarville on June 27, 24. This illegal construction is still standing, and those court orders are still in violation. This fraudulent building permits were first issued in October of 21, and Jeff Surtee knew about these violations from the beginning. The board quietly paid the legal fees and penalties in Trout versus Russell with public funds in July of 2025. Attorneys Brad Miller and Ian Durrani are deeply involved in Trout versus Russell and the creation of this rewrite and control of the Civil Hearing Office. Before you change these rules, I want the county attorneys and board members to explain why their co-defendants, Kenneth Russell, Ty and Sophia Beeman, and Todd and Lisa Graffa, were never taken before the Pinal County Civil Hearing Office for extreme violations of their rules. Please answer those questions for me. Oh, and I don't want you to vote on this rewrite of your rules right now.
Anybody from the audience that wants to participate in the call to the public? Not all. Oh, okay. Looks like we do.
Chairman, before we go to the next speaker, Mr. Trout did not state for the record that he provided me with these handouts. Mr. Trout, if I can get you to state on record that you have handed me the handout so I can put it into the record.
No, I did give the handout, and also the same for the discussion on the vote today.
Okay, thank you. I think we're good.
Roberto Reveles, resident of Gold Canyon. First off, Mr. Chairman, as the first recipient of Pinal County Civic Engagement Award 3 years ago, I want to congratulate today's recipients representing each of the supervisors' districts. And Mr. Chairman, this past week, Pinal County Attorney Miller took center stage in establishing, in my opinion, a new low in pushing his unique and despicable race-based views on law enforcement. To objective observers, it underscores Mr. Miller's unique loyalty to MAGA, an effort to detract, I think, from the unfolding disclosures that confirm depraved Donald Trump's ties to Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking network. How else explain the absence of Pinal County data tying Hispanic immigrants to domestic violence, human trafficking, drug trafficking, and crimes against children? No data offered because no such immigrant-caused detailed criminal data exists. Arizona law enforcement reports do not produce data on crime committed by immigrants. However, there is an exceptionally credible series of reports by Cato Institute, a leading libertarian research center that has published numerous studies which consistently find that immigrants, both legal and illegal, are significantly less likely to commit crimes or be incarcerated than native-born Americans. Their research concludes that immigration generally has a beneficial effect on public safety by lowering overall crime rates. While County Attorney Miller did not cite legal authority nor data to justify his 287G pursuit of immigrants, he failed to point out that his own office has produced credible data on crime statistics for Pinal County, a report that covers 17,000 criminal cases. Of those cases, 53.32% of the criminal defense were white and 26.78% Hispanic, while 12.42% were African Americans, thus negating his focus on Hispanic immigrants. Clearly, Pinal County's safety has faced a greater threat by those 53.32%. Meantime, the county attorney and county sheriff are left to spend over $83 million, the largest proportion of our taxpayer-funded county budget, pursuing landscapers and taco shop owners. Please exercise your authority and jurisdiction. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone else from the audience? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on we'll have to reconsider, what was it? What number was it?
F and G.
F and G. You didn't give me any paperwork on it, but Ms. Clerk, what's the status of this one?
So for items F and G, it has been confirmed that both items are only in District 2, so the board needs to reconsider both items F and G and state for the record that it does not need to be updated to District 4.
Here comes King Solomon again, I guess. You got to try and not split
George
this baby.
East. George East, Development Services Managing Director. I apologize. Yes, it was close. If it would have went 300 feet south, it would have been in both. But no, it is only in District 2. at that location.
Who's the winner?
So you owe Goodman lunch. Or I guess I do now since I made the mistake.
I'll go back there shop now.
Okay, so so we need to reconsider F and G.
Can we consider both at the same?
Can we do
or
both at the
we
same
need-
time? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I move to reconsider items F and G. And the correction to the, go ahead. Tell me what I'm supposed to say, please.
Chairman, Vice Chairman, if we can do the reconsider vote first, and then we will do the motion on the actual update.
There we go. Mr. Chair, I move we reconsider items F and G on the consent agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. All in favor to reconsider? Vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Now we're reconsidering F and G.
Mr. Chair, under extreme duress, no, I'm kidding. I move that we that we approve items F and G as originally presented as District 2.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
My apologies.
Better maps
Joe,
next
you're
time.
good. Okay. Okay, it brings us to item number 10. It has a public hearing component, and we're going to open it. When I open up this public hearing, it'll be collectively on A and B. It looks like we have two votes on this thing, or two items. So item 10 is notice of the purpose of hearing items that are considered to routine and I can't read now. Controversial or approved, recognized by that are considered routine and non-controversial, approved recognition. This is Committee Office Authority, the Board of Planning and Zoning Commission. Where do we start? Just open up a public hearing, Natasha?
Yes, Chairman, if we can open a collective public hearing on consent agendas items A and B and confirm that there's no one that would like to pull any of those items A or B.
Okay. This is a collective opening of the public hearing on item A and B. Anybody like to participate in this? Please come forth.
On the item A, this is a fast-track vote. It's not a consent item. And the reason it relates to Trout versus Russell so much is none of this would have ever happened if the civil hearing office had went ahead and intervened in the very beginning and held these land developers responsible for what they've done that got us all the way now to we're in a fraudulent federal bankruptcy that's coming down, and I'm having to report that to you also. I've tried to help the board from the very beginning. Everybody's known about Trout versus Russell, and I'll tell you what the civil hearing office is for, is to stop this stuff in its tracks. Sheriff Lamb should have held these developers responsible for the trespass, the threats, the property damage, but the illegal permits that you issued, reissued after the court ruled against you and said this property that's on our property has to be removed. All of that should have been handled by the county attorneys at this office, the one that you're trying to rewrite the rules on right now. And I want you to do the right thing, help this county get this straightened out, because I've been watching this for 50 years, how you guys go in. Not you guys either. I feel so sorry for you. I wouldn't want this job for anything. I know you guys get up every morning and try to make things right. You've both said the things that I want to hear from all of you. But we are going to have to step in and address these. And like you said, we can't fix everything. We're all in default some way in this county, but we've got to figure out how to move on. And all I'm asking you to do, we can go back and close those doors. I can explain everything that happened, and we can fix this for everybody. We paid taxes here for 54 years. We don't want to get in our own pockets. We want to help you guys do what you're doing, because who else would be able to do this? Now, the county attorneys and everything, this stuff has to be looked at. This civil hearing office has to do their job. And this is where we start with Trout versus Russell. I'm asking you guys just to come forward. Let's get this out in the public. All the money that you've spent on this thing, and let's just stop it from happening. You can fix this right with the stuff we have, the tools we have. We'll fix it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank all. Come see me. Okay. Saturday night.
Is there anybody else that would like to speak to this public hearing component? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing on items A and B. Board's pleasure. So is this going to die for lack of a motion?
Is this?
Okay, let's do some discussion.
This is a public hearing on A and B. Now, that was about A. B is
about A.
B is a different item altogether, and there's no one that cares to speak to this. It doesn't appear.
Well, on item A, falls under the county attorney's office. Do either one of you want to opine on these civil hearings?
So, Chairman, members of the board, I know this is a new process that we're doing, so would you like me to address some of the concerns that were raised by Mr. Trout? Would you like me to describe the presentation, the scope of the rule changes? I'm just looking for guidance from the chair.
And correct me, but we did have a presentation on the rules, or the changing the rules that were going to be changed in a previous meeting or work session. I can't remember which.
Correct, Chair. It was at a work session. It was a very similar presentation to what has been submitted to the board addressing the rule changes. The rule changes, essentially, the majority of them expand the rights of property owners and those that appear in front of the civil hearing office. The issues raised by Mr. Trout and his comments don't seem to relate to what the actual revisions being proposed are. I can briefly run through those revisions at this time if that would be helpful for the board, but the board's already been given 99% of that information at the previous work session. So however the board would like to proceed, I'm happy to do so.
I would like to ask a question of council. Is Mr. Trout's concern like an active notice of claim or something with the county? I mean, so we're kind of limited to what we can talk to Mr. Trout about, if I remember the rules correctly.
Yes, so there is a bit of a nuance here. Mr. Arlen Trout, who addressed the board, is not a party to that lawsuit. It is his son that is a party to that lawsuit. Mr. Arlen Trout has no actual recognizable interest in that lawsuit.
No standing.
Correct. So everything Mr. Trout has been speaking about, to my understanding, relates to the lawsuit that his son is the plaintiff in, and that he is not a party to, being Mr. Arlen Trout.
Okay. Back to item A and the amending of the rules. Does the Board of Supervisors have any questions about item A and the rules, amending the rules? Okay. I'm going to take it one at a time. It's the board's pleasure on item A.
Mr. Chair, I move we approve item A as presented.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Okay, let's do item B. We've already had the public hearing, so it's approval or disapproval of resolution on an SUP for 014-25.
Mr. Chair, I move we approve item B as presented, as written.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Nothing wrong with a wrestling club.
Correct.
Because I was a wrestler. Okay. Some more public hearing. Items here. I apologize for my stumbling through that last. I usually have a rehearsal with Natasha, but I did not this week. So anyway, item number 11 does have a public hearing component, and Dedrick, you're up.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. For the record, I just want to state that an updated presentation has been provided to the clerk of the board's office. The update just has to deal with highlighting the section of the code that refers to state statute, so you guys are clear on what you can modify and then what belongs to the state statute. This text amendment to Pinal County Development Services Code, section 2.150.240, guest house and casitas. This amendment will rename guest house casitas to accessory dwelling units to comply with Arizona Revised Statutes 11-810.01, which govern accessory dwelling units. Just a refresher for the board, House Bill 2928 was signed by the governor on May 23rd, 2025. This bill specifically defines what Arizona counties can and cannot do in regulating the development of accessory dwelling units. The bill states that the county cannot require an ADU to match the exterior design of the single-family home, require extra parking to accommodate the addition of an ADU on a lot, nor set the rear and side setbacks for an ADU position more than 5 feet from the property line. The legislation also states that if the county fails to adopt the required development regulations by January 1st, 2026, then ADUs shall be allowed on all lots or parcels zoned for residential use in the county without limits. The proposal before the board is more restrictive than the state law in restricting or regulating the number of ADUs on a parcel. And HOA can be more restrictive if they have it within their CC and Rs, if they want to regulate or if they want to restrict and having ADUs in their communities. And I just also want to, in regards to the HOA, I also wanted to mention that that the county does not enforce the CCNRs because there was a private agreement between the homeowners and then the HOA. So this is a schedule. Most of these items been completed. We did have a public hearing with P&Z last month, and they made no changes to what they have saw within the text amendment, and it's the same version that you guys seen that was a part of the work session. Now, I would like to go through the text amendment line by line. The items that are highlighted in yellow comes directly from state statute. The items that are not highlighted are items that, if the board wish, they can modify. So as I go through each one, I guess you guys can let me know if you're good with that section or not, if you choose to modify or not. Okay. So the first section is just the definition section. All three definitions does come from state statute. So there's a definition for accessory dwelling unit, there's a definition for gross floor area, and there's also a definition for permitted uses. So those three definitions all come from state statute. Now, under the permitted uses, the board can modify this section if they choose to. So under A, dwelling units, each lot or parcel may have the following: one single-family dwelling unit, primary use, so a primary use is required. One attached and one detached ADU as permitted use for a lot or parcel that is less than 1 acre in size. So they can have one attached and one detached unit. And then also one additional detached unit as permitted use on a lot or parcel that is 1 acre or more in size. So they can have one detached, they can have one attached, and they can have two detached ADUs if it's on an acre or more. So those two things that if you choose to modify, you can. If you guys are good with it, then we can keep the text amendment that we have in place.
Any comments or questions on this?
I mean, Mr. Chair, it's a bit crowded on an acre. I mean, I have a property like that, and I think, wow, that'd be a lot of homes on that. Can we go to 2 acres? Have one for up to 1 acre, and then if it's going to be more, be 2 acres, but then cut it off.
2 acres or more.
2 acres or more, yeah.
It's at your discretion, so it's up to the board.
Okay. Well, and let me ask a question just on a semantics kind of thing. An attached accessory dwelling unit, it would be like an addition to a house, but is it because it has a separate entrance and a separate exit?
That's correct. So if it is attached, they have to have a door.
Not like it has a hallway that connects the two.
Correct.
I would
Go ahead.
I know
I'm on the last battle.
Okay. Thank you for conceding, or I guess I conceded. I know that one of the home builders built a mother-in-law unit. In my neighborhood, there are some that are, they have 1 bedroom, 1 bath, and they have a partial kitchen because what the code allows. But it's attached. There's a door between the 2 homes. So it's essentially one big home, but it's the attached mother-in-law unit or, parental unit.
But if there was an existing home and somebody wanted to build that, to me, that's not an accessory unit if it has the doorway
attached
into the primary resident. Am I correct on that assumption?
Yeah, it almost seems like it would be like a extension of the primary unit, but
yeah, it's an addition to the primary unit.
Right. But I think the
only time it would be an accessory is if it did not have access into the primary unit,
right,
and it had a separate exit. I don't know that it have, but it would not have any flow between.
Yeah, and I think the difference here is just the ingress and egress to the attached unit. So in this particular text amendment, the ingress and egress would be a door on the outside compared to through the house.
Well, okay, and it could have a door on the outside, also have a passway into the other house. I mean, but I'm not want to sit here and design additions. But yeah, go ahead.
So on less than an acre, you could literally have, and they didn't give the specifics, if I remember correctly, on square footage, that you now can have 2 units on 1 acre and up to 3 on just over an acre. So,
well, it's limited here. So you can have on 1 acre, you can have 2 ADUs, and then if it's less than an acre, you can only have 1 ADU. But you can have an attached, and then you can have one detached if it's less than an acre. But if it's more than an acre, then you can have 1 attached and then 2 detached.
That's what I'm saying. So you'd have, but still the one you're adding connected to the house is really 1. Then you would have an individual one all by itself, correct? Mm-hmm. So that technically really would be 2. And then if you had an acre and a quarter, you can have up to 3, one attached to the original home and then 2 other ones. That's what I'm getting at. Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm reading it right, but there is no square footage listed.
It's 75% of what.
Yeah, later on in the text, there is square footage
It's
for your ADUs.
75% of the
gross floor area of the single-family dwelling on the same parcel, on the
whole
same water
parcel.
parcel, or 1,000 square feet, whichever is less.
And then the setbacks on it, if I might.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
And the setbacks on these additional dwelling units is what, 5 feet or something like that for the property
For the
line?
rear and side is 5 feet.
5 feet on both sides. They
For
have
the
to meet
rear
those
and
setbacks.
side, yep. But the front setback will meet the setback of that zoning classification in the front.
The primary.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Chairman, can I just ask a clarifying question of Dedrick here, just for your sake and the public's?
Please.
When we're categorizing these 2 different areas as one is straight out of state statute and the other are policy discretion for the board, on this permitted uses section that we're outlining, 1 attached, 1 detached under 1 acre, 1 attached, 2 detached over an acre, those are minimums that are also required out of state statute, correct? So when you say discretion, they have discretion to go more than, but they do not have discretion to go less than.
Correct.
Oh, so we can't go to 2 acres? Oh, that makes it less then.
We can't. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, as far as like the number of ADUs, you can go more. If you
We can
choose
go
to do
more,
so.
we can't go less.
Okay,
Yeah,
so.
because we did the minimums.
We'd go more.
Okay.
So, Steve?
Yeah.
So I apologize for not reading the absolute fine print. So these are not rentals, right? These cannot be used as a moneymaker to alleviate the hordes of apartments that are being approved. These are only for family or visitors with no profit to be made. Is that correct? Or is that written into this?
It is not written. It's not written into this. So I'm going to assume if they wanted to rent them out, they could. Yeah, because we don't get into the rental business.
Well, it's an enforcement thing.
Yeah, that is. How are you going to enforce it? Yeah.
In which case, what about all the ADA requirements, et cetera, that you have to have when you do a hotel?
That's a good question.
That's a civil scenario. If I rent this place and I'm disabled and it doesn't meet, well, 1, you shouldn't probably rent it, but 2, it's between you and the owner of the property.
And I think in the at least in Title IX for cities, they get into like rentals and vacation homes.
Right, but if I told the city I was building this and I didn't tell them I was going to rent it out, and then 6 years later I rent it to somebody, it wasn't built as a rental. It was built as a mother-in-law's residence or a residential unit. It doesn't require ADA. So, I'm just trying to talk about the ADA portion of this. That would be totally between the renter and the
That's my understanding.
Yeah.
But the other question is now you've got, let's say 2 on the 1 acre, you're literally going to have more cars where they park. I mean, I know this is getting maybe nitty gritty, but now you got people parking in the streets in the areas. People complain about that to begin with. All I'm trying to look at is we're allowing more to be added. We don't really have much of a choice.
Yeah.
This is why
but we do have parking requirements.
Can we?
But according to this, we can't really get into parking.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay.
And
I think the only hammer that we probably have is making sure that the septic and the sewer system can handle the additional dwelling units.
Correct.
But let's say it's in one of the HOAs or something of that nature that something like this does transpire. We have a parking ordinance already that we've already adopted that they would be required to adhere to that, would they not?
Since that's a private agreement between the HOA and the homeowner, then the CCNRs will govern if they have parking regulations for their community.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, because I know some HOAs, you can't even park on the street and they'll tow your vehicle.
Yeah,
So.
and we got to part the idea of the HOA communities and the non-HOA communities.
Right.
It's two separate set of rules.
Yep.
Well, speaking from experience and having two houses on my property, being able to bring my in-laws, and they lived their last part of their lives there, for my wife to be able to take care of them and be right at hand if they ever needed it. Speaking from personal experience, that was a very good thing for us. We learned a lot and was able to, and I got close to my in-laws. So speaking from that perspective, this right here makes a lot of sense.
Well, I think the legislature's heard there's a need and a want for this by the public.
Agreed.
And I think that there should be an avenue in which people can do it. I mean, should there be some regulation? Sure, but I think that in general, I think it ought to be allowed at some level. That's my personal opinion.
This is just to add to their verbiage of affordable housing and why planning and zoning should not be in our business. That's just my comment.
So back for clarification, the things that we have,
this is the minimum requirement.
This is the minimum requirement, so we really don't have much discretion here.
Correct, unless I'm sure you guys may not want to add more. So,
The more is no. It's like no, but we have to do the minimum here. So, okay, so that's kind of the end of the discussion.
All right.
Yeah, that does.
So we'll move on to the next section.
Sure. We're going to do.
Okay, the next section is in addition to the requirements of a Pacific zone. So we struck out guest house and casitas and added ADUs are subject to the following additional requirements. A is the minimum development standards. So we struck out number one from the old code that states that shall meet the front and side setbacks of the main building, and there's a new number one that says minimum rear and side setback shall be 5 feet from the property line, and that comes from state statute.
That's a fire code.
Yeah. And then number two is added, so you guys have discretion in this language. Restrictions for ADUs will be the same as those for single-family dwelling units with the same zoning area with regards to height, front setbacks, lot size, or coverage, or building frontage. So they still will have to meet the height of the zone, the front setback of the zones, and then lot size or coverage. So they will still have to meet those standards. And then three, for detached ADUs, minimum distance from the main building shall be 7 feet. And B, part of this is in state statute, but there's a section of it that you can modify if you want to or not. For lots or parcel less than 1 acre in size, ADUs shall be no larger than 75% of the gross floor area of the main or of the single-family dwelling unit on the same lot or parcel, or on 1,000 square feet, whichever is less. So that 1,000 square feet, if you guys wanted to go up, you guys can, or just leave it as is. And that's the size of the building.
And that's a pretty good size.
Well, a lot of that's going to be
a
lot of that's going to be restricted to the size of the property.
Setbacks.
Yeah, setbacks and just the general.
That'll
property.
determine. Yeah.
75% of 1,000 square feet is 750 square feet.
Yeah.
Right?
Or
If they choose to make it less than 1,000 square
They
feet
can.
or
They
less
can do
than
that.
75%, that's that. Okay.
whichever one is less.
Yeah.
And then for C, for lots or parcel 1 acre or more in size, the ADU shall be no larger than 75% of the gross livable floor area of the main single-family dwelling unit on the same lot or parcel, or 1,500 square feet, whichever is less. So goes up a little bit because the size of the lots are bigger.
What about, if I might,
Sure, go ahead.
what about the type of construction of whatever they're doing? Like, for instance, can they take a storage unit, a portable storage unit, and turn it into a detached living facility? I mean, is there anything on those type of restrictions that
passes inspection?
Yeah, and then it also depends on the zoning that they're in too, because I know certain zones restrict the type of construction. So, for example, like GR, they would have like multiple ones. Like you can do conventional construction. I think you can do mobile homes, and there was like one other one type of construction method you can do as well. But I know some of the smaller zones, it's just conventional construction. So it all depends on what zone they locate these things in.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, Supervisor Goodman, in the statute, it says generally requires the county to allow a park model trailer to be used as an ADU in a location zone for one dwelling unit per 3 acres or greater.
Okay.
So that's,
Yeah. Well, and they're been my experience that even these park models are built pretty well.
Okay. Any more questions for staff at that point?
No
I'm
change
good.
there.
Nope. All right, keep moving.
And then we struck out the old C, which states only one guest house, casita per lot, shall be allowed. And then D is shall use the same street access that serves the main or that shall serve the single family dwelling. So they have to use the same street access. They can't come in from a different point on the property. And then E is the ADU in the single-family dwelling unit shall not be served by a separate utility meter. So they all have to be on the same utility meter. And then F, this has been added, shall be a minimum of 200 square feet. So the minimum size of an ADU is 200 square feet. So at the minimum. And then G is shall have a separate exterior entrance from the single-family dwelling unit, which Chairman Miller was mentioning earlier. And then H, the ADU and the single-family dwelling unit shall not be physically addressed separately. However, ADUs must have a separate unit house or number, and that's more for emergency response, so they'll know exactly where they need to go to when they get to the property. And then I, a manufactured home, mobile home, recreational vehicle, or park model trailer shall not be used as an ADU except as otherwise allowed under ARS 11-820.03. So that basically states that if you have 3 or more acres, you can use a park model trailer as an ADU.
On 3 or more acres.
Yeah, on 3 or more acres. And then J comes from the state statute, may not be built on top of a current or planned public utility easement unless the property owner receives written consent from any utility that is currently using the public utility easement or that may use the public utility easements in the future. And then K is this section does not supersede applicable building codes, fire codes, sensitive environmental area regulations, wildfire prevention regulations, emergency vehicle access regulation, drainage and flood control regulations, or public and safety, health and safety regulations, except that a county may not require an ADU to comply with a commercial building code or contain fire sprinklers. And that comes from state statute. And L is from the state statute if a new ADU will not be connected to a sewer system or if the sewer system lack capacity to serve the new ADU, the county will require that any septic system that will be used to serve the ADU be adequately sized before the construction of the ADU. And then M is this section does not apply to lots or parcels that are located on tribal land, land that is in the territory in the vicinity of a military airport or ancillary military facility, or property that is in a high noise or accident potential zone as defined by ARS 28-8461. And 3, land that is in the territory in the vicinity of a Federal Aviation Administration commercially licensed airport or a general aviation airport, or land that is in the territory in the vicinity of a public airport as defined in ARS 28-8486, and that has a noise level of greater than 65 decibels. And then that concludes the text amendment.
Okay, any more questions? The 75% rule applies to about 1,400 square feet. If it's, in other words, you'd have to be less than 1,000 feet if you're over 1,400 square feet.
I think it can change depending on the size of the primary dwelling unit.
Right. It's just that calculated where that kind of that breaking point was. Right. Any questions about this? So this is the first one of the code amendments. So I need to open the public hearing, I believe.
That's correct.
No more questions of staff. So I'm going to open the public hearing. Is anybody from the public want to comment on this code amendment that we're getting ready to process? Wow. All right. I'm going to close the public hearing. Okay. Board's pleasure on item number 11.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we approve item number 11 as presented.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? This is going to. Okay.
I'll second.
Okay. I have a motion and a second.
Sure. I'm sorry, Chairman.
With no stipulations. How about that one?
Thank you.
With no stipulations.
I'll fix his issue that he had on my prior one.
With no stipulations. I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay.
Nay.
Nay. Okay. 4-1. Brings us to item number, which one am I on now? 12 now. Item number 12. Forgot to put my check mark there. This does also have a public hearing component to it. This is resolution number 2025 PZPA 006-25, resolution approving case number PZPA 00625, Morris Family Investments Group, landowner.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, board members. So this consists of two cases, PZPA 006-25 and PZ 017-25, otherwise known as Moonlight Ridge.
Okay. So items 12 and 13 are being presented together?
Correct.
But we will vote on them separately.
Okay, so this is the first one is for a non-major comprehensive plan amendment to amend the land use plan to redesignate from suburban neighborhood to urban transitional. It's 14.07 acres. The location here is west of Hunt Highway and Trica Road. Applicant Brennan Ray, and on behalf of the Morris Family Investment Group, the landowners. The second proposal, PZO 17-25, is for the same acreage to take that then from local business CB1 to multiple residents. Again, the same applicant and location. So this shows you the general overall location here. And this shows you the current zoning surrounding the property. And we have an aerial depiction here, and you see it's right at the border of the county. The mail-out map. And this is the conceptual site plan for this. You'll note here you've got these red lines here that traverse the property, and those are fissures. There's known to be a number of these fissures in that area. So this is looking south, to the east, to the west. Items of consideration, development plan will need to be required to establish the specifics. And also this proposal would be for 157 units to also include amenities and such. At the time the report was written, we had not received any opposition items. So stipulations is presented in your staff report. The first case, PZPA 00625, has no stipulations. The second, PZ 01725, encompasses 11 stipulations, and staff would be happy to entertain any questions the board may have.
Any questions of staff on this project? Seeing none, is the applicant here to present?
I believe so.
Good evening, Chair, members of the board. Brennan Ray, 2325 East Camelback, here on behalf of the applicant. I did provide a presentation. It was provided late, and so it was not uploaded to the system. But it is here nonetheless, and I apologize for the tardiness in getting that in. I will ensure that does not happen in the future. With respect to this site, we're certainly excited to be able to talk about it to you today. It is a very challenging site, as I'll get into, and one that we believe the proposed townhome development is something that makes sense on the site, especially when you consider kind of its location and stuff like that. So the site, as staff indicated, is about 14 acres there along Hunt Highway, and you can see where it is. And I believe that location is important to gain an understanding, kind of a bit of the request. And you can see there where it is. There is no intersection with another arterial. The site is zoned commercial, but as you can see from this area, there's kind of not a lot that's going around it. You have a lot of commercial development up along Ellsworth and Riggs, just off the edge of the map. And then southeast of the site, you've got additional, lots of commercial down at Hunt Highway and Gary. And I know there's some commercial that's being developed at Hunt Highway and Thompson Road as well. So the other thing to consider when we look at this site is what's already under development as you travel out there. And that is the site plan that is there. That is Borgata. That is a single-family subdivision of 411 homes. You can see there kind of red lines on the very south end of our property that kind of cut through over heading to the northeast. Staff had provided an image of fissures that run through the property that affect its development. Yet we know that it is possible to develop. Obviously, Borgata's been approved under development with fissures, as long as appropriate accommodations are taken place to address those fissures. So this is the proposed development. It is actually a little less than the 157 that staff indicated. There's actually 151 units. We do have a considerable amount of open space. Almost 44% of the site will be open space, and that is due in part to the fissures that run through it. Another thing that impacts the site that you can't see is that there's a 40-foot drainage easement that runs along the Hunt Highway frontage. As you're aware, there's a lot of work that needs to happen along Hunt Highway, and we'll be making our half-street improvements to Hunt Highway, including putting in a right-turn decel lane. We know there's a lot of traffic that travels up and down Hunt Highway, so pulling people off of Hunt Highway to be able to access the site certainly is something that is a good thing. I know that there was a discussion earlier about districts. I'm mindful of that. This particular site actually bifurcates 2 districts as well, a portion of District 1 and then a corner of District 2. And so I wanted to upfront acknowledge that, again, in light of a discussion. I don't know that I had a bet on whose district it was in, but certainly do acknowledge and recognize it. Again, just additional background and information. This is kind of the proposed housing product. Again, they are townhomes. They are 3 to 4 bedroom units. The square footage of those ranges in size between 1,621 square feet to 1,694, and all of them have 2-car garages as part of the request. So, again, I can go into a lot more detail. Certainly appreciative of staff and working with them, Planning Commission's recommendation, and we would request your approval.
Okay, any questions of the presenter at this time?
Yes, Mr. Ray, can you just make sure people understand what fissures are? It's just a brief little discussion about it. And then I want to talk to you about the in and out. Is there a light there? But do the fissures first. Just quick discussion on it.
Yeah, so through the chair, Supervisor Vitiello, fissures are very common in this area. They are cracks in the earth, as a very basic way to describe it. I'm sure there's people that are more technically savvy than I am that can explain what a fissure is. But nevertheless, they impact the developable area of a site. And if you look closely at this site plan, you can kind of see what we call Central Park, kind of running about halfway through, starts over on our western side and kind of goes southeasterly through the middle. That is a fissure that runs through the middle there. And then you can see at our southeast corner, there's another fissure that clips there. So when we talk about the development potential of this site, certainly the location of those fissures impact it. And as we look at it, as I mentioned, we have the county knows how to work with those, developers knows how to work with those. And what ends up happening is we get an expert to go out there and tell us exactly what needs to be done to ensure what needs to take place. And in this particular instance, what we've been able to determine in a very conservative recommendation of a 50-foot kind of no-build corridor. And that's why we've got that big open space running through the middle, is because of that corridor. There can be no habitable buildings within that area, and so we push it back. And what ends up happening when it comes to it is that fissure, from a construction standpoint, they will go in and over-excavate the depth of that fissure, over-excavate it by about 10 feet. Then they kind of put a geotextile filter fiber and some grid reinforcement, and then it's structural engineered backfill. There's cutoff walls, fissure, all of this, grades. The grading pushes the water away from it so that it doesn't exacerbate the problem, and then you end up kind of putting a cement cap, for lack of a better word, over the top of it, that you're then able to ensure that we, try to mitigate and prevent any additional things going into that fissure, making it worse, and we're able to provide the landscaping and open space that you see on the plan.
Okay, then on the traffic situation, there's no light there, and there's only one in and out. Has a traffic study been done for that area?
Yeah, through the chair, Commissioner Vitiello, we did work with traffic staff, did submit a traffic statement as in connection with it. You are correct, there is no traffic signal that is planned there. And some of the mitigation that staff had recommended was, of course, our half-street improvements for traffic, as well as that right-turn decel lane.
But there'd be no left out of there? I'm just saying, it's going to be pretty dangerous on Hunt Highway to have a left turning lane there for somebody to come out and make a left.
It will be. I think I know the answer to that, but if you give me 1 minute just to confirm.
don't you?
There's a U-turn spot right here.
Yeah, making a left into it, but I'm worried about making a left out of it.
Oh, I know. Make a right,
Through the chair, Commissioner Vitiello, we don't have a recommendation for a no left turn out. Right now, the way it's designed is for a full movement access, right in, right out, left in, left out. That's not something that's been recommended to us at this point.
Okay. So in the past, this was commercial property, which Mr. Goodman in years past, has been trying not to lose commercial property, and here we are taking away commercial property for more apartments that we already have a fair amount of apartments. So I'm just curious, we'd have to revert to Mr. Goodman on that one, that adding more apartments in this area, is that a good, I know it's a condo, I wish it was for sale, but it's for rent, correct?
Yeah, through the chair, that is correct. That deals with, we too wish that it could be for sale as well, but there's complications obviously with water and the requirements for a single family or a platted community. The additional challenge that we face that we believe is a positive actually deals with the fishers, in that we have one property owner that is responsible and has an ability to maintain and ensure that things go how they should relative to the maintenance today and in the future, rather than having an HOA and a number of property owners.
So if this was a for sale, it would use more water than for rent?
No, through the chair, Commissioner, Supervisor Vitiello, no, I don't think it's a question of water usage. I believe it deals with the state rules and regulations relative to assured water supplies and the kind of rules that we have to follow as to when they have to be provided and when they don't.
Okay. Thank you.
Nothing at this time. I don't have anything. Not now.
Anything else?
Well, I will, but yeah, not now.
I do have a question. Which AMA is this in?
Chairman, that's a great question. I don't know that I've got an answer.
What was your question?
I think the AMA. I think it's the Phoenix AMA.
Yeah, this is Phoenix.
Phoenix AMA, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Chair, if I may, there was a comment that Commissioner Vitiello mentioned that I didn't address, and that dealt with the commercial nature of the property and in dealing with that. And I'm certainly mindful of the discussions of the loss of the commercial. Supervisor Goodman and I have had extensive conversations about the loss of commercial, as I have had discussions individually with all of you as well on other occasions. But I think when we look at this site, again, there's a number of things that really truly impact it. When we look at the development costs associated with the site, regardless of the use, there's significant development costs that are associated with the improvements to Hunt Highway. Then we look at the limited, and we talked about the fissures. Then we look at the limited development capability of the site because of the fissure for a commercial development. And if we were to look at commercial, I'm sure self-storage would be a fine commercial use here. I don't know that's per se the commercial that everyone's looking for, but that's one that you could see, because what happens is the depth of this site impacts the viability long-term of commercial. Its mid-block location as well impacts it. You look, and if a commercial developer were to buy it, really all they can use is the frontage, and that frontage is pushed back. There is no vehicular access either on the east or west side of this site, unless we were to go with the neighbors and coordinate with them and try to petition them for some type of a shared access. Obviously on our east side, pretty well established with a church and some other things. On the west side, I believe that's Sun Valley or Sun Life Health Center that owns the property on the west side. And so as we look at it, obviously visibility, access are paramount to ensuring a good commercial development. And then as we look a little bit further out, again, this is kind of a bigger, you can kind of see where this site sits relative to the overall area. I mentioned all the amount of commercial that's along Hunt Highway. I know there's commercial development at Thompson as well. And then we've got all the commercial that's up at Ellsworth and Hunt Highway. So if you look, and we're trying to identify where commercial is going to go, I don't know if these guys even make it, this location makes it even onto the ball field where they would be the last player picked in a pickup kickball game. Just given the site, the constraints, everything that's going around with it. And so we're certainly sensitive to that request. We're also sensitive to the need to provide additional housing. And townhomes are certainly something that are desired these days, that will provide an additional opportunity for place to live. We think it's consistent with good planning in that you've got the Borgata single-family subdivision that I mentioned that's immediately south that wraps us, and this provides a good transition from that to Hunt Highway.
If just maybe a comment on one of the things that Brennan mentioned. I was the last guy picked on that kickball team, but I kicked the grand slam that won the game. So don't discard that last guy that got picked.
Through the chair, Supervisor Goodman, I certainly never would.
First that will be last, and the last will be first. Any other questions for our presenter?
Not now.
Okay. I'm going to open the public hearing at this time for 12 and 13. Anybody want to comment on either one of these items? Come forth, tell your name, generally where you live.
Good morning. My name is Karen Mooney, and I live in the Santan Valley area just down the road from this project. Fissures are all over the area where I live, and Santan Heights Boulevard was just completed out to Hunt Highway with fissures that ran underneath it. So I know that there's ways that they can be remedied to get them taken care of. The area is surrounded by a lot of commercial development. Moon Valley, just to, I believe it's the northwest of it, has just grown exponentially in the last couple of years since it opened. Traffic getting in and out of that location is already difficult. We used to hold our meetings right on Tricker Road, so you can go left or right out of there. I'm not for any more commercial in Santan Valley, whether it's in the incorporated or unincorporated area. Being converted to anything else besides commercial. Give us some time to grow, please. I haven't checked it in the last few months, but the current vacancy rate of many of these apartments and buildings, depending on the area, is up 15 to up to 30 to 40%. And if you do consider this project, I'm not sure what you call it, but that section where you cannot turn left coming out, even if there isn't a light, you can only turn right. You put that divider in there because there's just accident after accident after accident in everyone. And I'm not sure what the term is called, but y'all probably know what I mean. So that's all. I'm just opposed to this being converted at this time. Thank you.
Anyone else want to speak to this item? 12 and 13 items. See none. I'll close the public hearing. Board?
So if I could just interject a few things at this point before we make a decision on this. On the way here, I left the house early, mainly to look at some of the apartments that are going up and the amount of vacancy that's in them. There is the one that we were disputing over whose area it was in, by the Walmart there. Those apartments, I believe there's, you did. But there's well over 700 apartment units there, and they're not even at 50% capacity as of yet. Then we've got 6 to 8 other in construction now, currently. Some of them, actually not that many in construction. There's probably about 3 or 4 that are in construction. We have another 3 or 4 that have been approved by us that have taken commercial property and put into apartments, and they haven't even started or broke ground on them yet. The other thing is that in regards to, we did a video here not too long ago looking at the commercial and the need for the commercial and what we do have available for us right now. And many of you saw that and realize that our retail leakage at that point was like $1.3 billion. It's now doubled. It's like $2.6 billion in retail leakage. We've become known as the bed and breakfast of the valley. People live, work. They don't live. They live here, and then they leave. They eat their breakfast and then go to work. With the retail leakage that we have, the very little commercial that we have, I understand a lot of these properties have been sitting for years, to your point, Supervisor. But at the same time, there's a lot of movement happening right now, a lot of movement that's going on. And so to take some of these commercials that are already zoned specifically for that would be a shame, in my opinion, especially with the high population that we have, to prevent that. If we brought more shops to that area, that would increase our sales tax areas as well. Adding another 156 units, where are these people going to go to shop? A natural direction is to the south or to the north. They headed down Ellsworth Road. Queen Creek's done a phenomenal job in the past of actually using the demographics of Santan Valley to bring shopping into their area. And all we're doing is we're adding another 157 units that's going to more than likely head that way, except for Home Depot or the Walmart. And so, I think this is, for me personally, I am opposed to this particular project at this location.
Any other questions or comments? I'm going to give you my perspective on commercial. The next time I go to a store and I ask somebody for a product that I'm looking for, and they say, well, we don't have it, but you can order it online through us or through another, so I can buy it. There's a sales tax attached to that. And that sales tax goes to that community and the county, if I'm correct. Am I not correct there? I'm going to look you, Mr. Liu, you as my tax advisor.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, it's categorized as remote sales tax, and so if you order online to your house, it more often than not, depending on how their tax is set up, they will submit through the state and to the county portion based on your address that it's shipped to.
On the address and the zip.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep, that's what I thought. So my town's still getting tax revenue when I do order stuff online now, and I'm appreciative of that. It's frustrating, though, if you go to 3 or 4 places looking for something, and basically you're only and that's Jeff Bezos has changed the marketing and the business of retail forever in the United States of America, and probably worldwide, actually, because there's a lot of vacant stores. Targets on and off, on and off, on and off. They have a big facility there in Casa Grande, but they can't decide whether to go ahead and reopen it or not. And so I'm as frustrated as anybody. I wish the Stick and Brick places had inventory. I wished I could just go down the street and grab something, because I really believe helping the local commerce by walking into a store is really the best thing. But it's becoming less and less available, and it's not because there's not commercial development, particularly in my community and in and around District 3. It's just because they can't make it with the small inventory. So I have a different perspective of commerce, and at least my experiences. So that's what it is. I don't, if it's set there as commercial for a long, long time, there's a reason. It was either not shaped correctly, the fissures, I don't know, the in and out of the traffic. I don't know, there could be a number of reasons that piece of property did not develop as commercial. And how long will it take before it does? I don't know.
Mike, may I just ask, you've been there a long time. Has there been for sales out there? We had another property like this, same type of situation. They never promoted it. There was no sign out there.
There is now, and it's for the rezone. And honestly, I have not seen any for sale signs on that particular spot for a long time. In the beginning, the last little while, there was a for sale sign on it prior to them tying it up. But commercial property is more than just retail. We do not have doctor's offices or any professional services in that Santan Valley area. We don't have attorneys. We don't have a lot of dentists. We don't have a lot of doctors and things of that nature. We've got a hospital right there in that location, near that area. But there's a lot of need for professionals. We have a lot of professional people that live in Santan Valley that still office in the Mesa and other areas because we don't have locations for them to go to. And so it's not necessarily all the retail that I'm talking about. I just use that as one primary example. So Supervisor McClure had something, I think.
No, well, you're talking about doctors. Sun Life's right next door to this if they decided to build. They will. They'll come.
They're building all over.
But I also recognize that traffic in and out, and I understand Ms. Mooney's issue. I mean, that's what's quote is a Michigan left coming out of there. You have to make a right out to the center and then make a U and go up. I get that. I have to do it in the area I live in. But the traffic out of a retail establishment is higher typically than a residential community, and I understand that residential is some wacky number like 9 trips a day or something out of a home if it's neighborhoods, but a residential a commercial property is in, out constantly, and I could see where that particular stretch of road would be difficult to put commercial on just because of the access point.
Yeah. If it's commercial, it jumps to like 30 trips a day. And back to the office buildings, there's plenty of office space available that's not being rented. So investors are not going out and building office space. They can't rent what they got, and they're trying to figure out how to get people in it. I wish we could get you an attorney. We wish we could get you some doctors in your area. I don't know why they don't set up shop and hang their shingle in the Santan area, but I don't think it's a lack of facilities, because if they wanted one, they would get one.
It is a lack of commercial property. That's a fact.
And just to let you guys know, that Sun Life had 2 places in Maricopa, and the one was doing horrible, so they shut it down. Again, with even the population growth. Yeah. I'm just saying that.
They're healthy.
Well, I'm just saying, for 80,000 people to only have that one big one that we have there, you would have thought that they would have been busier, but I don't know if it's a Sun Life issue. I don't want to speculate, but
yeah, who knows?
I'm done kicking this dead horse, in my opinion.
Okay.
So, if I could make a motion, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we disapprove item number 12 as presented.
I have a motion for denial on 12. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor of not approving item number 12, vote aye.
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 Oppose the motion?
Nay.
Nay. 3-2. Okay, item number 13. That was for item number 12. We're going to move to item number 13.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we disapprove item number 13 as presented.
I have a motion to disapprove item number 13. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to disapprove item number 13. All in favor of disapproval, vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed, vote nay.
Nay.
Nay. Okay. Thank you. Move this on to 14. Does have a public hearing component. Discussion approval, disapproval, ordinance number 25PZ02524. And it looks like 14 and 15 will open the public hearing on both of those at the same time. But first, do we have staff to present? Glenn?
Good morning, once again, Mr. Chair, board members. So this item here is PZ025-24 and PZPD 014-24. This is requesting a rezoning of 643.31 acres from general rural zoning to industrial I3 to allow for development for a photovoltaic solar project and associated facilities. The second case is requesting approval of the same acreage for allow for development standards specific to this project. So this is generally located in the vicinity of Bianco and Cornman in the southwest Casa Grande area. Applicant is Cecilia Chu. This shows you the general location. The vicinity map showing you the zoning surrounding the area, aerial of the property, and the case map. And then also this is another depiction here showing you the current zoning and the proposed for that subject site. This chart here shows you the development standards here proposed for this property. And second, a little bit smaller here, extension of that, the same what is included in the PAD. And this third one here would limit the uses here to the project here that you have before you. So this is 96 megawatts, again on the same acreage, and this would consist of solar arrays and a potential BESS and a substation and a generation tie transmission line. So current site conditions, relatively flat topography. Site, as you can see from that aerial, it contains a little vegetation. Commission, this is for the commission, proposed would benefit the county and residents by providing solar to diversify the energy portfolio. And also, there's little or no water in conjunction with such a project. Casa Grande had no objections to the site. And there was one stipulation included with the first case, the PZ 025-24, and 11 associated with the PZPD 014-24 case. No opposition was received when this report was written. The applicant did request the inclusion of the 11th stipulation so as to avoid conflicts caused by landscaping within the existing easement. Slide's not advancing. Okay. So staff to be happy to entertain any questions the board may have.
Any questions of staff at this time? Is the applicant here to present?
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Miller, supervisors. My name is Andrew Yancey. I'm an attorney with Bergen, Frank, Smalley, and Oberholzer at 4343 East Camelback Road in Phoenix. Pleased to be before you today representing EDP Renewables North America for their tabletop solar project. As Glenn mentioned, we're requesting a rezoning for a utility-scale solar project. It's on about 640 acres at Bianco and Cornman there. Now, this site is ideally situated for the solar use. It's an undeveloped area of the county within the city of Casa Grande's planning area, and it's near significant transmission infrastructure, not transportation. The opposite, in fact. 2 years ago, this board did unanimously approve the major comprehensive plan amendment needed for this project. Of course, now we're here before you for the rezoning. The Planning and Zoning Commission did hear this case earlier this year, and they voted unanimously to recommend approval of the rezoning application. Also, since the outset of this project, the EDP team has worked closely with the city of Casa Grande. The city is supportive of this project, and in fact, we received letters of support from both former Mayor McFarland, who was mayor when we first started working on it, and current Mayor Lisa Fitzgibbons-Navarro, who of course is mayor today. And as Glenn noted, we have received no opposition on this project to date. I do have a brief presentation I'd like to walk you through before taking any questions. Also wanted to let you know we have James Caulfield from Fire Risk Alliance here with us. EDP has Fire Risk Alliance under contract for safety issues on this project and a number of their other projects. I know Mr. Caulfield has spoken to this board before about BESS and safety issues, so he'll be able to address any of those questions on this project for you as well. So just briefly, the applicant is EDP North America. They are a renewable energy company with 20 years of experience developing and operating projects in a number of locations. And they do have experience here in central Arizona. They have one operational solar project in Maricopa County. They also have an operational solar project in Coolidge and a battery storage project in Coolidge that's just about to go into operation any day now. It's also important to EDP that they're good partners in the community where they work. They work with local economic development groups here. They're members of Pinal Partnership and several local chambers of commerce. They also sponsor 4-H groups, Future Farmers of America, and things of that nature. They look forward to continuing this relationship in the county in the future. Okay, so now to talk about the property. You can see it's 640 acres. It's a perfect square of vacant private land. It's ideal for the solar use for a number of reasons. It's flat land, it's near the transmission infrastructure, it's also near some other recently approved energy projects. It's also within a few miles of Casa Grande's industrial hub. You have Lucid Motors over to the east. There's also a Cemex site and Tractor Supply in a lot of Casa Grande's employment center there. The site is remote. It's vacant desert. There's no residences within half a mile of this site. The property is also going to have a built-in buffer. Again, you see that perfect square. That means on each side of the property, there is either an arterial or a highway right-of-way to be dedicated. So that means we will never have an immediately adjacent neighbor. Anyone who came near the property would, at closest, be an arterial road away. It's also not well suited for more traditional development. There's no water rights. I know there's discussion of water rights on that last case that came before you. This property doesn't have any. The roadways adjacent are not paved at this time. There's no agricultural use on this site today either. It is truly vacant. It's also outside of Casa Grande's opportunity zones where they try to focus more of their employment uses. And I'd like to take a minute to walk through the entitlement history. So again, back in 2023, EDP applied for their comprehensive plan amendment. When they made that application, they made it for about 950 acres north of Interstate 8. However, during the entitlement process, EDP has reduced the project size by about 300 acres. In particular, I'd like to draw your attention to the red X'd out area to the south of the project site on this screen. That is about 150 acres that is employment use in the comprehensive plan. So when they're going through the comprehensive plan amendment process, EDP worked with the city and the county to remove that and make sure that that employment land adjacent to I-8 could maintain its viability for future employment uses while the solar project would be farther away from the freeway. Okay, now a few details about, I'm sorry, this is advancing a little oddly on me. There we go. Few details on the proposal. Our application is for I-3 zoning with the PAD. That's the typical way to do solar projects in Pinal County. The project is 96 megawatts. As you know, there's significant demand for electricity here in central Arizona. It fuels growth generally, but in particular some of the high-tech and manufacturing uses that are locating here. And this project would allow the generation of that power without straining other infrastructure like roads, water, or sewer. The project will have its own substation and battery storage. I know you've seen plenty of these projects come before you and understand that the battery component is really needed to make sure that the energy can be stored on site and deployed at the time of highest demand. If you hear the utilities talk about it, when you get those 115-degree summer days and everybody's got their air conditioner going, they want to make sure that they're able to meet that demand at that time. The project does also have some local benefits. We're estimating about 200 construction jobs. That's over a 12 to 18-month period, and about 5 full-time workers. Also at full build-out, the project's anticipated to generate about $40 million in local tax revenue over the 30-year life of the project. That, of course, goes to the county. It also goes to Casa Grande's elementary and high school districts, as well as the Central Arizona Community College. By comparison, of course, the vacant land with no water rights and no real development potential wouldn't be producing any benefits if left in its current empty state. And finally, just on the map here, you can see that surrounding our property is primarily GR zoning. There are some purple areas to the west and sort of southwest. That is CR2 zoning, but the primary surrounding zoning is just that GR. So this is a high-level conceptual site plan. Again, I want to emphasize the perfect square nature of this property with the roadway buffers on each side. Also, I want to point out, as we saw on that last slide, there's the CR2 zoning on the west and a bit of the southwest. So that CR2 zoning has been in place since the 1970s and hasn't been developed as residential yet. So even though there's no residences there today, EDP has agreed to put a 6-foot masonry wall along the boundary of all of the CR2 zone property. So that's a 1.5 miles of wall going along the western border and part of the southern border of the property. And here I want to just do a little bit more on the perimeter treatment. Of course, we just talked about that 6-foot masonry wall. There's also a 50-foot wide industrial buffer. That's part of the IND3 district. That is a buffer area outside of the fencing. And what we're going to do is leave all the native vegetation in play. There's some mesquite, there's some creosote in the area. If there are areas that are disturbed during construction in that buffer, we'll revegetate them to a standard that we work through with staff and with our consultants to make sure that there's more native vegetation that looks like the desert and doesn't require irrigation and use of water. All right, I'm sorry. This is just a brief illustration we did of what it will look like looking north up Corrales Road on the west. You can see there's over 55 feet of right-of-way that we're going to dedicate, and then there's the 50-foot buffer on the other side of that with the native vegetation, and that's the area where there will be the wall. As Glenn mentioned, we do have a set of development standards. That's what implements the wall requirement. That's what implements the industrial buffer requirement and things we've talked about today. And that really wraps up my presentation. We think this is a good location for this type of use. It's an area that's not being used for something else, that doesn't have water rights, and it's a way to make use of private property that really doesn't have any other potential value. So I'd be happy to take your questions. We obviously would appreciate your vote to approve our rezoning. And as I mentioned before, we have Mr. Caulfield from the Fire Risk Alliance if you have any safety-specific questions that he can help out with.
Okay. Any questions of the applicant at this time?
Yep. So who's going to service this fire-wise?
Supervisor Vitiello, we've been working with Rural Metro. They came out to the site and viewed it back in 2023 when we were going through the comprehensive plan amendment process. So they have been there. We'll continue to do trainings throughout.
Okay. When the panels are at full extension, how high would they be? With a 6-foot wall, the panels can be only 3 feet. You're not going to be able to see them.
Supervisor Vitiello, the panels range. I mean, as you know, they track with the sun throughout the day, so sometimes they're higher, sometimes they're lower. The max they can get to is 15 feet. Most of the time they are lower than that. Again, there's also the separation and setbacks. You got the wall, and then the panels are further back behind that. But yes, they are taller than a 6-foot wall.
So an 8-foot wall could be possible, if it's. It could be possible. Okay. And then you said if any vegetation, the vegetation that you'd have to put back, how would you water it if there is no water there?
Supervisor Vitiello, great question. This is one of the things that we struggle to try to work through, and that's why we worked with staff and we worked with our consultants. The natural desert vegetation in that area is creosote bushes and mesquite trees. Okay. So what we have worked through is we would revegetate with those particular plant species at a rate of 1 mesquite tree and 2 creosote bushes for every 50 linear feet that's disturbed. Now, those aren't just going to be evenly spaced. They're going to be clustered to look more like the desert environment. There may need to be some watering to establish them at the outset, but once they're established, they're like the native desert plants that just exist there. I'd also like to note, I think that the revegetating needed in that industrial buffer is probably going to be pretty minimal. It would just be on areas that are disturbed during construction. We plan on disturbing it as little as possible. That's beneficial for us. That's beneficial for the land. But we did want to make sure that we are revegetating where we do disturb it.
And there is a decommissioning plan. I know we're not down that path, but they do have one themselves, correct?
Supervisor Vitiello, yes. We have been working on a decommissioning plan with Helix Environmental. They're a third-party engineering company that has worked with EDP and other companies across the country on decommissioning plans. We have a mostly completed draft now. Of course, the closer we get to construction, the more we know about things like procurement and things like that. And we've talked to staff, and we will share that with them at the appropriate time.
And then when would shovels go in the ground if approved in, a year, 2 years, 3 years?
The hope would be that shovels would be in the ground by 2027. But there's as I know you're aware in the utility world, there's a lot that has to go on in working with utilities and regulated entities, but that's the hope.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, quick question. So, Mr. Yancey, there is no, at this time, are you in talks with whichever electrical company this would be? I'm not sure. Whose jurisdiction is this? Yeah. Any of them? APS, SRP, ED3, anybody? Are you in talks with them yet?
Yes, Supervisor McClure. We are in talks with APS, and we've submitted for their Q study process. That's not complete at this time.
Okay. When do you think that might be complete? I mean, just a wild guess.
I would love to know. Hopefully within the next year, hopefully less. But they go through in clusters. I think all the utilities in the state have been working through some backlogs in their queues. They've actually implemented some queue reforms and are trying to weed out the projects that aren't real. And that's why you're probably going to see folks coming and asking you for the land approvals so they can show utilities they're a real project and get through the queue.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
Okay. That was a great question that I didn't ask, but my understanding is, and I spoke with APS last Friday, they're not accepting any more solar projects. As of last Friday, I asked that question to APS directly. So just curious where that power is going to go if they don't accept that project.
I need to intervene. I had the CEO, the main guy from APS, do a presentation in Casa Grande, 2 weeks ago? Say that they are working with solar panel operations. They're continuing. They're looking for every place that will make electricity. So I don't know who from APS told you that. But it wasn't the same guy that came and spoke to a whole crowd at Casa Grande. And he was very adamant about, no, we need to find as much as we can. But I do want to ask, and I don't know how you answer that question. Let me ask you this question, though. With or without a contract with any electric provider, will you still build this project?
Chairman Miller, that's really more of a transactional decision for my client, but it's my understanding you want to contract for a buyer before you build the project. Now, EDP has already invested significant resources in this project in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. So clearly they think that there's something to work through there.
I totally understand. That's my point. I think that there's, this investment won't be made until there's an opportunity for a return on the investment. That's how business works. So, but anyway, because I think I've heard from a couple of solar operations that they're betting on the come. They bet that there's going to be a need for it and are going to build them anyway. That's not probably everybody's business plan, but I think that is the business plan of some solar projects. It's just, I wanted to share that thought. Okay, any other questions of the presenter at this time? Okay. Okay, I think I'm ready to open the public hearing on items 14 and 15. I do have a call to the public card from a Vince Bianco. I think that's who it is. Vince? Did he hand this in to you?
Yes, Chairman.
I know, I've been looking out here for him. I know him. And I haven't seen him. Well, does anybody from the audience want to weigh in on the public hearing component of 14 and 15? Well, for the record, Vince marked down opposed. So anyway. Anybody from the public want to speak to this? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Okay, items 14 and 15, we'll take them in separate votes. Board's pleasure.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number 14 as presented with one stipulation.
I have a motion?
Yeah, one stipulation.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Mr. Chair, I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay. That was one nay. Item number 15.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number 15 as presented with 11 stipulations.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
4-1. Hey, Jeff, do you need a break? Do you need a break?
I just had one.
Okay. When I wasn't looking.
Yeah, it did, yeah. It is almost lunchtime, though.
Let's try and get through a couple more of these. So 16, 17, and 18 are kind of clustered together. Yeah. So, item number 16.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chairman, Board members. My name is Valentin Panchenko, Senior Planner, here to present for you the case numbers 16, 17, and 18. That's Cactus Brand Bass project name. Those three cases are first, non-major comprehensive plan amendment to redesignate 40 acres from moderate low density to general public facility, rezone from GR to industrial zoning district, and planned area development to modify the development standards. The landowner is Elwalt Development LLC, and agent Roselo Group is present here today and have presentation after. This is a general location south of city of Maricopa, across the Nissan Repair Center. This is a vicinity map with a general rural zoning surrounding and existing industrial CA1 across the road to the east of the property. Here's land use map as well. Also to the east is already industrial aerial map. Currently it's partially agricultural, partially vacant. This more enlarged zoning cases here. This is a view to the north, to the south, to the east, to the west. So generally, the closest residence to this vacant and only partial agricultural land is approximately half a mile south of this property. The applicant wished to provide 2 new driveways of the White and Parker Road in cases these cases and requests will be approved. And subject site is directly west across the road from CI1 zone for Nissan test track facility. Applicant requested to develop a battery energy storage system facility with a capacity up to 800 megawatt storage for 4 hours, and there will be about 52,000 square foot substation area and internal access roads. There will be new gen-tie to connect the project with existing transmission lines, and applicant will provide 50 feet industrial buffer on all sides of this area and 7 feet block wall surrounding the BESS facility. This is some interconnection maps, mainly interrelation to the Nissan Center to the west. So there are already existing industrial disturbances to the area. And this is a site plan draft for this request with the BESS facility itself. Also, applicant added the request for planned area development to amend some development standards so that will meet the requirements for the battery energy storage, restricting the zone specifically for related activities, and will not allow other more heavy industrial uses that allows by I3 zone. No other specific changes to the other development. So basically, they are only restricting the higher industrial uses to just battery energy storage related. Also, I shared with the clerk of the board, recently received 1 letter of support and 1 letter of opposition. And so as of today, staff received 2 letters of opposition and 18 letters of support. Letters of opposition, they usually discusses concerns regarding the amount of energy development in the county general and effects on the desert landscape. And the support discuss increased capacity and support for SRP and ED3, also minimal disruption to traffic and surrounding land use, some economical benefits through tax revenue and creation of jobs. The project's 20 years operational life and the commission plan also might preserve future land use and some strategic location near existing transmission infrastructure. At the November 20th, Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval for all 3 cases. And for the board, presented no stipulation for the first case for the minor comprehensive plan amendment, 1 stipulation for rezone case, and 8 stipulations for the PD overlay. If board have any questions to the staff at this point of time.
Any questions for staff at this time? Have the applicant have a presenter?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Supervisors, Court Rich from the Rose Law Group. I appreciate your time this afternoon, and am really excited to present to you what I think might be the first time that this board has seen a battery energy storage project by itself, not associated with another form of energy development. It's not with a gas-fired power plant. It's not with a big solar development. It's just batteries. And so I'm happy to take you through why that is and why we think this is the right place for this project. The applicant, ES Volta, is very experienced. They're working on several projects in Arizona, including a project that was recently approved in the town of Florence as well. So I'm happy to be here on their behalf. I think one of the most important things to familiarize you all with about this project is why it is where we're putting it. When you look, there is, and I'm highlighting some key transmission lines that go through the area, but perhaps more importantly, if this clicker works, there are 4 major substations right there. This is essentially sort of Main Street and Main Street intersection for energy in western central Pinal County. And if we zoom in, you can take a look, and you see an SRP substation, an APS substation, a WAPA substation, and an ED3 substation. And I want to draw your attention in particular first to the SRP substation. This project is moving forward with SRP and their procurement process. We have a letter of support from SRP in your file, and I'll get to that in a little bit. As you know, SRP serves roughly 90,000 customers in Pinal County today. And as they say in their letter later that I'll talk about, they're expecting 12% growth year over year in Pinal County alone. So they serve about 1/5 of the folks that live and work in Pinal County. And so this really is a local Pinal County project. Even more so, when we layer on that, you'll see we have a letter of support from ED3 as well. We're coordinating with them and are building shared infrastructure with ED3, so they're very much a part of this project and going to benefit from it. Take you through just some bullet points. I stole my own, highlights here. I went ahead, but so let me just read, because I think it's important to see what ED3 said themselves about this, that they'll directly benefit from the shared electric line infrastructure that ES Volta will construct. Coordination between ED3 and ES Volta has already begun and is ongoing. They expect the shared infrastructure and the ancillary services provided by the battery energy storage system to benefit Pinal County and ED3's customers. Again, we think this is a really important point. They agree this is an ideal location for this resource and understand and urge you to approve the zoning. SRP also wrote a letter. In their letter, again, they talk about why battery storage is so important. It provides flexible capacity, reduces reliance on costly wholesale markets, and ensures adequate supply during peak demand. These resources help prevent shortages that could lead to blackouts. And I'll stop for a second there with that as sort of the prompt and talk a little bit about why battery storage makes sense, why utilities are using it, and how it benefits the public. Primarily, it allows them to soak up energy at times where prices are low, where buying that power is cheap for the utility, and then they can deploy it typically on peak, where if they were going to go buy that energy or start up a power plant, it would be more expensive to do it. So that arbitrage allows them to essentially buy low and then deploy it at that price later when the price would have been higher, saving everybody money. It also does other things. It allows them to have a resource that they can call upon at a moment's notice when needed to serve, whether there are variations in load needs and things like that. Batteries turn on instantly, where even the most reliable power plants, gas plants that are quick starting still take several minutes to get up to full speed. The batteries do other things that I don't understand, maybe electric engineers do, but like voltage support and things like that help regulate the grid and keep it all working. And so they're very important, and the utilities are definitely looking to procure them. Here's SRP talking about the 90,000 Pinal County customers they have. And again, they're asking you all to approve the zoning. We do have, as staff mentioned, we have letters of support. This is actually now, I guess it's up to 18. And what we're most proud of with regard to those letters, let me show you a map, is that the two closest residents to the site, we've met with them, we've talked with them, and they've written letters of support. So the Dugan family that's just to the south and the Grewing family to the north have written letters that are in your file supporting the project. And we think really that's indicative of what these projects are. They're just a quiet, small project with a wall around it, doesn't create traffic, doesn't create noise, doesn't have any ill effects on the surrounding area. There's those letters from the neighbors. It's a small site, but it's important to note because a lot of energy does use water, but the batteries don't use any water in their operation. So given the size of this site, if we take it out of farming, we're going to save a couple hundred acre feet of water each year. The current comp plan amendment would allow up to 140 homes on the site, so we'd be getting rid of those. And I know there's concerns about traffic on the roads in that area in the future, and this would help alleviate that. Here's the difference in proposed traffic between if those homes were built and the battery energy storage was built. You're taking what would be 1,300 or 1,400 trips off the road. We've got working with the city of Maricopa as well. And I think that's what I've got. So I'm happy to answer questions. ES Volta has also been working with and taking all the advice from the Fire Risk Alliance as well. I know they've come previously and addressed you all. They are the sort of gold standard for advising on how to design these projects to deal with emergency response situations. And we have their representative here today if you happen to have questions there. But otherwise, really appreciate your support for this project, and I'm here to answer questions.
Any questions of the presenter at this time? Sure.
So you got a block wall, you answered that, it'll be fully surrounded, correct? That's what you said?
That's correct. It's a 7-foot block wall is what's in the application.
Okay, and then the other thing was, where's the power coming from to charge them?
That's a great question, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Vidiello. The power will come from the grid. So if we have this contract with SRP or with ED3, for example, SRP will have energy that its power plants have generated elsewhere, and then it will want to store those electrons. And so it'll have the batteries will charge during that time, and essentially SRP would park its power there until it needs it and then disperse it at the right time. And so it's only taking excess power that's on the grid. It's not competing with others that need power. The utility is only putting power there when it has extra to put there.
And then fire protection will be who?
So we actually have a lot of options, which is great because a lot of the times you're up here and you don't know. We're working with Thunderbird, and we also, as we're going through the process with a potential annexation into the city of Maricopa, if they have a pre-annexation development agreement, they will provide service.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions of the presenter? Seeing none, I'm going to open the public hearing on items 16 and 17 and 18. Where's my page there? So I do have a speaker card for a gentleman by the name of Buchanan Davis. Would you like to come up and says he's in favor?
I was wondering why he was sticking around.
I did too.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. I'm here not as an awardee on this item, but which I do appreciate. That's a true honor, and I really appreciate that. That was humbling this morning. But I'm here on behalf of SRP, a non-for-profit water and power company. We serve over 2 million customers in Arizona. Many of those are growing. A number of those are in Pinal County. Excuse me. Thanks for the opportunity to speak quickly in support of this proposed ES Volta Cactus Rim battery storage project. SRP has this project on our short list. For procurement, we're in active discussions with the developer as we are exploring a potential energy storage agreement. It's an important project for both SRP and Pinal County. Battery storage keeps the lights on when demand is high, and it gives you flexibility. Reduces reliance on costly wholesale markets and helps prevent shortages that can lead to blackouts. In simple terms, it charges when energy is plentiful and releases that energy when it's needed most. We've talked a lot about the tremendous growth that SRP is experiencing and what we forecast in the next 10 years. And much of that growth and demand is here in Pinal County. And as Court mentioned, we are also coordinating with the developer and ED3 on this project and other projects in that area. In other words, this power will be used to support Pinal County. I know there's interest in energy, in other sources of energy like nuclear, natural gas. We share that interest. As you know, we're working to increase natural gas capacity in the state. We're bringing a new pipeline that will come to the state. We're also announced with the APS and TP that we are developing or looking at some early site development for nuclear projects. But even with that development, there's a need right now, today. This technology, like battery storage, is important in the immediate term to meet a growing demand and help with grid stability. I hope that you've all felt the genuine desire and effort by SRP to work with you all and coordinate with you on these type of projects. We significantly reduced the number of projects on our short list here in Pinal County based off of feedback from all of you. And I hope that you understand that we were here to collaborate and coordinate with you. We do understand that we can't concentrate all these projects in one place. We do have projects going in all over the state, but we find that this is a good location for a project like this. We also hope you understand that these are important to the continued growth and prosperity of Pinal County. Again, thanks for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
When we ask questions on the public, but I think we're good. Thank you, Mr. Davis. Anybody else from the public that would like to speak on items 16, 17, and 18? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Board's pleasure.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion that we approve item number 16 as presented with no stipulations.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Item number 17.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number 17 as presented with one stipulation.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Ayes have it. And item number 18.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number 18 as presented with 8 stipulations.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. Thank you. I've been informed that the lunch has arrived. I don't know what that does to the people that want to present 19 and 20. They would indulge us for about a 30-minute break. You guys up for that? Or do you want to just plow through? You want to plow through?
Jeff's already had his break, so
Yeah.
he already said that.
I didn't have a snack, though.
Oh.
Well, here, get him a lifesaver.
Go get him a bite.
Just these last two
I
items.
do want to discuss or just get some points across on these 2 items.
Okay.
I don't know how long that'll take and how much public comment there might be.
I don't know. I think we should just go through is what I'd like to.
Let's do it.
That's the knowledge.
Okay.
Okay. So 19 and 20 will be heard together. There'll be a public hearing. Where is my, who is going to present for the staff?
I'm firing up the Reese cups.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chairman, board members. My name is Valentin Panchenko, Senior Planner, here today to present to you case project name Good Property Mixed Use. I will forward to you the 24 opposition letters sent to us over the weekend. Those two cases, that's rezone from general rural to general commercial C3 zoning, and to allow the property to develop the commercial, retail, and contractor storage and RV storage uses, and a special use permit to operate a contractor storage yard on 5 acres within that property. The property generally located north of intersection of U.S. Highway 60 and El Camino Viejo Gold Canyon in unincorporated Pinal County. The rezone is related to 16.3 acres and special use permit related to only 5 acres. Landowner David Good and agent Jason Sanks, iPlan Consulting, is present here, and he will present the presentation. Here's the county map with general location for the property, northwest from the Florence Junction. Here's the zoning that's surrounded by a GR. There's some industrial, light industrial to the south, and already a CB1 commercial also to the south. This is vicinity map, and as you can see, there are a mix of RV store parks and industrial and commercial to the northwest of this project site, and there are also a large subdivision, residential subdivision, to the northeast of the site. Here's aerial map. The site is currently vacant. Here's a view on the property from north, from south, from east, and from the west. Here's a notice sign posted on the property. Generally speaking, the request to rezone to general commercial C3 contains mixed-use configuration. There will be several portions of the site. The south portion will be dedicated to the commercial and retail establishments. Then central portion will be dedicated for screened contractor storage yard, and that's the subject for special use permit. And the northern portion will be dedicated to RV parking and storage. That is permitted use for C3 zone. Current comprehensive plan designation is moderate low density residential, and that's allowed to make any commercial uses under 25 acres. Historically, that land was vacant all the time since today. There is also undeveloped industrial and commercial to the south of this property. That's located between Gold Canyon and Florence Junction, and the nearest residential development is Entrada del Oro subdivision. It has frontage to U.S. Highway 60. This is preliminary site plan, and you will see here 3 different portions. Enlarge it. As I told previously, there are 3 different portions here, more clear shown of those portions. There will be about 5 acres for commercial in the south. The final layout will be determined during site plan review once the tenants will be identified, and they will basically contribute to that final layout. Then there are central portion. There will be contractor storage yard, 5 acres, and 0.6 acres will be dedicated to retention basin. There will be a 35-foot wide internal drive aisle, and there will be 10 contractor storage yards, fences with masonry enclosures. And the northern portion will be RV board storage, also 5.5 acres. There will be gates, access, office building with parking for this development, 50-foot main driveway, and 30 to 45-foot internal aisle with RV board spaces 15 by 45 foot. This is more enlarged southern portion with retail, and northern portion. and rezoning request to conclude that's a rezone from GR to C3, general commercial, and including the special use permit for contractors' yards. On October 22nd, Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this of rezone case with 1 stipulation and special use permit with 12 stipulation. Among them, 5 was added during the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. There was 68 letters of opposition during the P&Z meeting, and adding 24 coming over the weekend, we have 92 opposition letter for this case. All of them comes from residents from Entrada del Oro and Coal Canyon. They strongly oppose the rezoning and SCP, citing mainly the impact on traffic, noise, visual quality, dark sky preservation, property values, and general community characters with minimum demonstration of local benefits. During the Planning and Zoning Commission, applicant so generally this is main key concerns from the neighbors from opposition letters, that's citing what they wrote. Many of them have similar concerns, and during the Planning and Zoning Commission, applicant was able to agree for a couple of additional stipulations, 5 of them. That's stipulation number 8 through 12, to address some of those issues like hours of operation, lighting control, dark sky compliance, and mitigation of potential nuisance impact. So that was already added during the Planning and Zoning Commission and included in the current list of stipulations. So generally, there are 12 stipulations for special use permit and 1 stipulation for rezone. If board have questions to the stuff.
Okay. At the end? Okay. Questions? Okay. Anybody have any questions for staff at this time?
I don't know if staff or the presenter, but why are we seeing no artist conceptions of what this would look like? We see that in almost every project brought before us. Because we don't. Will we be looking at a large wall, and what would the height of the wall be?
That's do you have?
I think it's in the stipulation page.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
it's an 8-foot wall.
So that will be stipulation number 2. There will be 8-foot tall block wall along the perimeter boundaries, and there will be also 20 wide block with artistic painting. And applicant have in their presentation the visualization of that artistic wall.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask. The applicant is going to present. Maybe that'll answer some of your questions, Supervisors.
yeah, and for instance, 20 foot. If this is going to be bigger than a 20-foot project, why is it not going to be completely walled?
Okay.
Because I sympathize with the residents. They don't want to drive by and look at an eyesore. And there are, on Highway 60, there are some eyesores now. There's a propane business, and there's a boat storage now. And if you can't see it, people don't have a problem with it. If we get something useful in there, the residents may like, but they don't have it. They don't obviously don't have a tenant up front yet. So these things that are mentioned will be further back. So as I know that it's private property and we can give the zoning, but then we need to know what's going in. And as of right now, I believe there's big piles of ground up asphalt, which don't look good. And hopefully that'll go away.
That'll go away.
Yeah, so.
Let's let the applicant do his presentation. Jason, thanks. Correct?
Thank you, Chair and Board of Supervisors. I'm Jason Sanks with Pipeline Consulting, 3317 South Higley Road in Gilbert, 85297. And thank you for bringing up those points. I'll address all of them in the presentation. In fact, one of the visualizations is actually on the cover screen for the project. As well, Mr. Dave Good, the owner of the property and prospective developer for a portion of the property, is with me today. So I'll get started. Oh, I use the mouse. Where's the... Oh, thank you. How do I do that? Oh, thank you. That helps. Thank you so much. All right, so let me get started here with this slide. So a little bit of geographical context of where we're located. This is the 16 acres that's at El Camino Viejo and Highway 60. Everything out there, with the exception of some parcels right immediately around us, the RV resort is general rural. The Entrada del Oro subdivision is about 1.25 mile to the, as you can see, the northeast. Some of it's about 1.5 miles. Then we're about 5 miles. If you were to go on the 60 towards Gold Canyon, exactly 5 miles, you'll get to the Kings Ranch Road and the new Maverick that's under construction. Between us and there, it's just the RV resort and then the Peralta Trails subdivision. The closest other intersection on the 60 to us is Peralta Trails. So there's not any other intersections for commercial. So what we don't really have neighbors per se in terms of if you were to take the county requirement and notify everybody 300 feet, there's just a handful of things. So what we did initially, and this is about a year ago, at direction of staff and I believe the supervisor's office, was please engage with the Entrada del Oro community. So we did. So we had a neighborhood meeting on site, and we had about 55 people come. We were there from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., so it was a long day. But we heard their concerns, and staff's already covered them. There was concerns about traffic, light, unsightliness, concerns about storage at the location, because there are some unscreened storage facilities nearby that are kind of unsightly. And we went through all of those with the neighbors, and I'm hoping that with our development plans and the conditions that staff has included in their report, that we're addressing them. So the intention here is to preserve the view sheds. I know that there's concerns about people not seeing the mountains as they approach this corner. Again, we're not immediately adjacent to any residences. They're about 1.25 miles away. But this is where they come out from the neighborhood to the 60 to go into the city. So our idea was put the commercial services up front. Maybe it's a convenience store or some retail buildings. And then the storage would be behind an 8-foot solid wall fence material in the back with gates. So it'd be secure access and screened from view. The storage area is an ultra-low traffic use, so our understanding is that there will be very few traffic trips associated with about 2/3 of this project. So only about the 5 acres of the retail up front would be the traffic generating use. And that 5 acres would be right on the 60, but access would be from El Camino Viejo. ADOT does not want us punching a driveway through to the 60. On the 60 in front of us is an acceleration lane. So when you pull out of Entrada del Oro onto the 60, you have kind of a runway, if you will, to speed up and then merge into the highway. So they have a speed up lane, they have a center turn lane to Entrada del Oro, and there's also a right turn lane. If you're coming from Superior, you can get into a right turn lane, so you're not hitting the brakes in the travel lane to turn right into the subdivision. So although this intersection is not yet signalized, it has been managed with additional lanes to help people slow down and turn, and also to speed up and merge. We've been working with staff on dark sky lighting. There was some concern from the dark sky advocates in Gold Canyon and Entrada del Oro. We're going to be a lights out after hours, so after 9 p.m. there's lights out, so any lights on the storage facility or the RV parking would be based on motion, so that will be extra dark. The retail portion would have lights, but we're willing to work with staff to make sure we keep the lights down as much as possible, even though Pinal doesn't have a dark sky ordinance yet. We certainly are willing to comply with any regulations, and we have a condition in the stipulations. We have raised the wall that's screening all of this from 6 feet to 8 feet. So The idea is that the contractors' yards, which are sorely needed in the area because of all of the growth, in fact, Entrada del Oro has hundreds of lots that are coming online now. So all of the people doing drywall and landscaping and all those things, in fact, the owner's son lives in Entrada del Oro and the owner owns a storage facility elsewhere. They're very concerned that this looks nice. This is also their home. And we've heard it loud and clear. That's why we went from 6 feet to 8 feet. We've also agreed that contractors can't store stuff like bags of, let's say, soil or any other materials over the height of the wall. So we've taken a stipulation that there will be no storage of materials to exceed the height of that wall. So you won't see unsightly things sticking up over the top. It's all hidden in the back. The idea is that you're not really supposed to see it. And so that's how it's been designed. Now, admittedly, there would be RVs parked in the back, because a lot of these people have RVs in Entrada del Oro and in Gold Canyon, and they are not allowed to store them in their neighborhood. There's HOA rules against that. So this would be a convenient location nearby and fully screened to take care of that issue and that need. Now, we acknowledge that we're kind of in an uphill issue with other neighbors of ours storing stuff behind chain link fences across, just down the highway a bit. That kind of upset the neighbors to see that stuff, but our intention is to do, and will be required to do, an 8-foot wall around it so you won't see it. We've also taken into account some of the neighborhood interest in ensuring this is an attractive development, so we're going to be doing art murals at the entry of the storage facility, so we're going to do a decorative wall at least about 20 feet wide on the sides of the gates that go in, so it'll have a more interesting appearance than just a regular 8-foot wall. And they'll have like rock wall, gabion wall accents on it, so that as the drivers come out of Entrada del Oro or go into Entrada del Oro, they'll see that rather than something that looks, I suppose, industrial looking. We have very limited hours of operation on the enclosed storage areas and the RV storage, so there'll be lights out and no access after 9. So those are going to be limited hours of operation. We had an extended conversation at P&Z about that. Like, what happens if somebody has to get in at midnight or something, like in an emergency? The owners could work with somebody in an emergency, but that won't be their operating hours. And it's a local developer. Dave here lives in Gold Canyon. His son lives in Entrada del Oro. So they have some skin in the game, and Dave hopes to partner with somebody on the commercial retail. He's trying to sell that and partner with them on that 5-acre portion so that he can himself develop and manage the storage facilities in the back. This is a recap. So I know that black line site plan doesn't look very interesting, so I broke it up in colors here for you so you can see where the commercial retail is, 2 access points off of El Camino Viejo, and then the storage and the RV boat storage in the back. You can see if you look at El Camino Viejo where the storage areas are, that part of the property starts to pull away from the road. So you can imagine that natural desert, and then back behind there'll be an 8-foot wall screening all of that. So there was concern about it being unsightly. Some idea with the wall accents, we could do something playful like this, some Southwest murals, or otherwise we'll be working with someone to do a really nice entry feature. This is actually out in Apache Junction. And we've committed to this. There's actually a wall entry detail on the site plan, so if you were to support our project, we are stuck with it. We have to provide that. So there's been concerns about, like, are you going to bait and switch? The approvals will have this required in it. It's not just an idea. So we were asked about, has there been any illustrations? We have done illustrations. So I worked with an architect, and we worked to scale on Google imagery so that the residents could see this. One of these images was posted on the neighborhood's Facebook page. There's a lot of concerns like, oh my gosh, we're going to have another storage yard like the other one on the 60. What is this going to look like? We really do need contractor storage yards out there so that people that are working and building these homes, and again, all of the trades that are out there that actually live in the neighborhood need a place to put their trailers. They cannot leave them on their driveways or in front of their houses. They need a place to put their stuff. And in my opinion, there's no better place to put it than if it's in a properly built and screened location. So we can manage the necessities of life, the necessities of development in an organized and professional way so that the neighbors hopefully don't even really recognize it's there. That's the intention. And it's also behind the retail, so while they're hopefully coming to get a gallon of milk or fill up their car or get a coffee at one of these shops, They could drive in here, and they don't even have to go on the 60 from Entrada del Oro. This is why this corner is particularly advantageous. They can turn right into this development, and then they could turn left out and never have to get on the 60. And again, the 60 is already managed with decel and acceleration lanes and turn lanes. So all the traffic movements are going to be about as good as it gets until perhaps one day this becomes signalized. And there's been a traffic study that was done with Entrada del Oro. They're managing that by monitoring the number of rooftops, and when critical mass is reached for traffic, my understanding is that the county will work with the state and the big developer of Entrada del Oro to install a signal. I'm not certain when that critical mass will happen. There's about 400 lots coming online right now to add to the already 700.
Before you leave this picture,
yeah,
is vegetation mentioned in the site plan with native trees? Because once those trees, I mean, if you look at that picture, once those trees would get larger, if you choose the right trees and you baby them, I've seen places that have been required to have trees, and they plant trees and they die and they don't care. Well, we planted the trees because you got to nurse these trees along for a couple years until they get established. So what about the large trees, which would screen just as better even than the fencing?
Agreed. Thank you through the chair and Supervisor Surtee. That's correct. We'll be required to install landscaping along our entire frontage, and we did put in the narrative, I believe we said low water use or desert trees. We're open even to specific varieties, but the idea would be to use the trees as really the primary screening method after we do the wall. So you're going to have a setback, hopefully dense tree plantings, and we're committed to that to screen concerns about that storage area in the back. So desert trees are definitely what we want to do.
And you'll keep them alive?
Yes, they'll be on a managed on. We'll have to provide landscape plans that show an irrigation system so that they get drip water and are kept alive.
Thank you.
And again, I really understand the neighbors. We met with them. They're very concerned about anything that happens on this corner. Some would prefer to just stay open space forever. I get it. It's really pretty out there. But for 1,100 homes, they don't even have a single bit of retail. And so this would be the first stop where they could go get something, anything, without having to drive 5 miles. Well, Maverick's not even open, but right next to it, there's a Circle K down there too, but that's 5 miles away. And nobody's going to turn left and go to Superior. That's 25 miles away. So anybody's going to go, they're going to go to Gold Canyon to get needful things.
Jim, just wanted to, I'm sure you've, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm sure you've seen some of the comments such as drainage, flooding risk. So in some of these questions, or do we want to listen to some of the applicants and then ask them not the applicants, some of the people here? Or would you rather?
Well, I will open up the public hearing in a minute as soon as we're done with the presentation.
So
here.
I should wait till after they speak? I'll do that.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm sure they're going to ask those questions.
I think.
Chair, I have a question.
Okay.
So if you've got, it's a very pretty thing. I get that. And that looks like a gas station. The contractor yard between the commercial space and the RVs, what happens to that after the 1,100 homes are built? What are the future plans for that?
Well, through the chair
Or
and
RVs?
Supervisor McClure. Oh gosh, no. Well, so the idea here is, I know the supervisors already know this stuff, but for the neighbors that are here, when you have the SUP for those yards, it can't be anything but that. And if they want to change that, they'd have to come back. And so, the 1,100 homes are just what's here right now. But as I understand it, there's thousands of homes approved both directions. So this isn't a huge growth area. So I imagine these contractors' yards will be here for some time. Now, if at some point the contractors' yards don't make sense anymore, like nobody needs them, then they could do other C3 uses. So it would be other commercial uses. But if they wanted to do something like apartments, that would be a whole different thing. They'd have to come back to zoning.
No. I'm just curious because it's going to be vacant space at some point. I get that. And I know there's a bunch of homes that will come out there at some point. And then for RVs, for that matter, you have an 8-foot wall that shields them. But, like my RV's 13 feet tall, so that there's like a 5-foot difference there. So it's not going to shield them entirely, but you won't see most of it. It's just my point is all. So you'll see it.
Looking for.
Well,
yeah.
And thank you, Chair and Vice Chair McClure. That's correct. The tops of them will still be kind of poking up. We'd like to do the tree plantings. We could do them like 20 feet on center so the canopy's start to touch each other, we could do that.
And one other quick question. Because it's open RV storage, I mean, I pay for shaded space, so is there some plan in the future to put shade canopies over the RVs?
And Vice Chair, that's the hope is as soon they will put the shaded canopies over them.
So that would increase the height, is all I'm saying. I mean, there's some shielding involved in that, I get that, but that will increase the height and the view shed. But views aren't really protected, so that's kind of one of those weird circles.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I have a few other images. If I can share those, I apologize. Let me click through those really quick. We spun this around, and so again, the idea here is that the lines of sight out here these are really big distances, and so 8 feet, or even if we did a carport canopy over the RVs, which would be about 15 feet tall to clear the 13-foot RVs, would still be relatively low. With the SUP, we're locked into this use. So the contractor storage yards are going to be exceptionally low because you can't even pile stuff over 8 feet tall in there based on the conditions. The RVs, of course, would be a little bit taller. They'd be in the back. I don't believe you'd be able to see any of the RVs from the retail portion because of the distance. But I imagine there's some lines of sight where you could capture the tops of them if you're coming down the roadway and you look at an angle. The focus will be hopefully on the retail. And I've gotten a couple emails. It's a little strange. I'm not used to getting Chevron and Mobile emailing me, but I've had brokers trying to get Dave to talk to them about getting a fuel center, and some big name brands are in there. So I've been sending him the messages, but there seems to be a lot of interest because of the sheer distance it is between our location and even the Maverick is 5 miles away. So there's a lot of interest here to bring some services to these people. I have another image here. And this one I tried to get a little closer so you can kind of see how the retail buildings and would in the wall and the landscaping and the distance, the setback would help to shield the view of them. But I didn't want to misrepresent it. That's why you can still see like a fifth wheel in the back. And this is if you're perched up looking at it down from 12 feet up in the air. So I'm going to go ahead and leave it here if that helps. But I'm happy to answer questions. Again, the neighbors have all been very nice and respectful. They have a lot of concerns. I mean, we know that even though they live a mile and a quarter away, they do have to pass by this, and they don't want an ugly development. They don't want a lot of light, and they're really concerned about traffic. So, living on the 60 here, again, you can see in the aerial where the acceleration lane is shown. You can see how it's been managed to date. But I think ultimately one day there may be a signal. I just know that ADOT hates putting signals on the highway. But at some point they'll probably need to for public safety. I don't know if it ends with Entrada de Ora's 1,100 homes, or if at one point, you as a board will be tasked with looking at new projects in the future as more home builders come in. So I'm happy to answer questions. Grading and drainage questions, we can talk that too. We heard the concern about what's happening over the Maverick with some flooding and an earlier item. Certainly all of the technical plans for this will be coming through at site plan review. So the engineering team at Pinal County will have to review grading and drainage to make sure we don't do any flooding like that.
Okay. Any questions? So let's get the public hearing open. I do have, the public hearing is open. I have Dave Coward. I have one card.
Good afternoon again. My name is Dave Coward from Gold Canyon. I'm representing GCCI again. And we have a neutral position on this. Actually, what we'd like to see is any commercial development out in our area south of 60. But there are private property rights that we have to respect. So, and we've been involved with the P&Z process and had some input, specifically as regards to the Dark Sky initiative that we're trying to implement. And we've been really pleased with the attitude of the developer and the owner on this aspect. They seem to be trying to be very good corporate citizens. So anyways, let me say this. In interest of the dark sky protection for the Superstition Mountain region in the pending International Dark Sky Community application for Go Canyon. We urge you to consider the following conditions should you approve the controversial application to build a large contractor and RV storage facility right at the entrance of Entrada del Oro and the 60. The lighting, curfew, and fixture shielding, which is through stipulations 10 through 12, are very adequate for what we're talking about as far as dark skies. And that was put through and approved by the P&Z Commission. And also with the keeping the lights off between 9 p.m. and 5 a.m. is another good start. But while the county attorney at the P&Z meeting indicated that it is not possible to retain lighting zone 1 in a C3 commercial zone formally, its conditions can be applied by the P&Z people and yourself to any building project regardless of zoning. Hence, we would like to make the following additional recommendations. Spectrum control, keeping the lights at an amber color like a 3000 Kelvin. And overlighting projection per Pinal's ordinance for lighting zone 1. Lighting in this zoning area should not exceed 50% of the maximum lighting power density. So that's some added stipulations we'd like to be considered in this agreement. But overall, we're pleased with the project as far as working with the community and with our dark sky initiatives. So thank you very much.
Anybody else in the audience that want to speak to this? Please come forward. Give us your name, generally where you live. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Brad Sire, and I live at 18254 East La Posada Court, Gold Canyon. It's in Entrada del Oro. And there have been several deaths at this location. There's litigation. There's a policeman going over 100 miles an hour. And a neighbor of mine turned to go in. He was retired military, and he was killed instantly. There have been another 3 to 4 deaths down by the RV storage, and another, there's 2 more deaths down by the jousting and all of that. So there's been several. Highway 60, there's an issue with drivers are not very courteous and they speed. And I think this light is very important, and I don't know, I think going towards Superior, there's another 2 deaths. So 7, I've been in this Entrada for 15 years. And the biggest issue that I see is this traffic. If you have large commercial vehicles pulling in and across the highway at night when there's, the visibility is not good. And the growth in the median's terrible, and on both sides of the road is also a hindrance. And I would, I don't know if you have the power, or if you could get someone in maintenance to do something with, if you're going to have that much construction there, get the roads cleared up, so that if there is a large commercial vehicle pulling across there, it wouldn't, more deaths. It's just not acceptable. So that's my biggest concern is it's very dangerous, and I don't know how you can get the public to slow down. But on the way here, just going down the highway, I was doing my, the speed limit, and there's people going around me 80, 90 miles an hour on a two-lane road coming here. People are just not very courteous, and I don't know, what can be done. But this is a big issue, especially when you have no stoplight and big commercial vehicles being stored there, or going across the road. That's my biggest concern. I'd appreciate it if you could, if you have the power to clean up the roads, the median. You have some prisoners that could do it, or anybody that could clean it up. You have to have a permit, I think. You can't just go out there and chop down this stuff, but it needs professional cleaning. It really does. This is very concerning. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak? Just a minute.
Roberto Ravelis, resident of Gold Canyon, a 32-year resident of Gold Canyon. And I want to underscore what the previous speaker just addressed. The excessive speeding that takes place between Florence Junction and the beginning of the parkway west of Gold Canyon can only be affected by enforcement of the speed limits. I had neighbors who died before we were able to force ADOT to put up a traffic light. The first traffic lights that went on US 60 just east of the ending of Superstition Freeway. You have within your power the ability to insist that the Pinal County Sheriff's Office, instead of chasing brown-skinned immigrants, devote resources to enforcing the speed limit between Florence Junction and the beginning of Superstition Freeway. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anybody else? We'll get to you.
Hey, good afternoon. It's lunchtime. I'm Jerry Stevenson from Gold Canyon. And one of the things that I want to compliment you on was when the Maverick went in, getting a second left turn lane and having them pay for it. And maybe this is time for this particular business to fund the signal at that location, because we know it's just a matter of time. Secondly, there's a lot of us who have RVs, okay? And one of the things we don't have is sandy dumps. So if right now there's no commercial sandy dump, and we have a lot of people out there in Peralta Trail, a lot of people who come and go, there's no place to dump. So I don't know exactly how the rules are, but if there was a commercial sandy dump there as part of it, it would go a long ways to helping us clean up our wilderness by giving some people easy access. And, it would be chargeable. It wouldn't be free, unless the county wanted to make it free. But anyway, I think that should be something that, from a lot of us who travel, because this is a tourist destination, I think that would be a great magnet to really help people and help the business, the commercial business. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Dale Morgans. I'm a resident of Entrada del Oro. And I don't want to beat a dead horse, but basically my concern is the traffic impact on this project. I don't know if anybody's gotten behind an 18-wheeler or a cement mixer trying to make that turn in, but it can be very hazardous. I've noticed over the recent months that there has been an increase in the police presence there, and I would just like to see that continue. And that's about it. Safety on that road is my primary problem with this project. My personal feeling is one death on that intersection is one too many. Thank you for your time.
Anyone else? Come forth.
Hi, I'm Mary Combs, 18726 East Rico Drive, and I live in EDO in Gold Canyon. There's a few things that I'm really concerned about. When our house was being built, it is a RV home, which a lot of us out there in EDO too that have RVs we have an RV home. So we have the little Santa dump, whatever you call it, right there at our property and whatnot. We don't use ours, but when our house was being built, there was a problem with teenagers that were roof jumping. You have 2-story houses being built. These kids have not a lot to do out there, so they're roof jumping. What are they going to do when you have all this RV storage and they have nothing to do out there? They're going to get in there. A lot of RV storage facilities have problems with crime, vandalism, trespassing. You go onto these RV Facebook groups and people are always talking about, well, yeah, my RV was vandalized, my batteries were missing, homeless or transients were camping out in my RV, whatnot. It's very concerning to me because we've had that problem back in our former state. There was a facility that was going in. We had no clue it was going to go in up until it was boom, 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 boom. All the board meetings, this, that, and the other, but it was wink, wink, shake, shake, nod, nod. We had no voice. We had no say. Mr. Good did not come to me and ask me if I wanted this. He says he's been out there to talk to all the residents. Didn't knock on my door. But we've been through all this, the trespassing in Indiana. We had the theft, the stress of people's lives. There was one old couple, they had to split up because the vandalism, a pipe was found in their mailbox after this facility went in. The facility was robbed within 1 year of it opening up. I had trespassers on my property day in, day out. All of us did. And my concern is what about the residents? He didn't go around asking every single resident about this. And that's what upsets me. He asked a certain few. And as far as the trash, a friend and I go around and pick up the trash along El Camino Viejo. And I can't tell you how much trash we've picked up in front of Mr. Good's property along the fence line. It's very concerning. There was a transient camping out within his fence line. You could reach in and pick up the underwear, the socks, and whatnot. It laid there for weeks. And please, I pray that you would consider those of us that live there and consider our plea to help us out, to think about it, and take your time on this.
Okay,
because we live there.
Your 3 minutes are up. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is James Sumner. I'd just like to say that that road there, the coming into Entrada de Oro, it needs to be 2 lanes in each direction if you're going to have commercial vehicles coming in and out of there in the morning. It's going to tear that road up. It's already tore up. There's already big holes in the road coming in off the highway. And again, just like they said, just last week, still dark. I was going toward the city. Somebody's coming down the highway, no lights on. Didn't even see him. Looked, didn't see him. The police do further up. They do pick people up, but out towards Entrada del Oro, it's not happening, and people are racing by there at 90 miles an hour. So my biggest concern is with this commercial storage or the commercial vehicles pulling in and out on a road that's already got potholes in it. These are big trucks. There's a lot of traffic coming in and out of the subdivision from people living there, and it's going to get worse. So the only way that I could even want to consider that they'd have a business like that is if they had 2 lanes in and 2 lanes out, so where these trucks, when they come out, they have a lane to be in, but not blocking the people that come out of Entrada del Oro and then blocking that intersection up because they're trying to go to work as well. So that's all I have to say about it.
Sir, give us your general location of where you live.
Entrada del Oro.
Okay, thank you.
1842.
Okay. I didn't hear that part, so I want to make sure.
I didn't say.
Okay. Anyone else?
Hi, my name is Andrea O'Connell. I live in Entrada del Oro also. Excuse me. I live in Entrada del Oro also. Incredibly gorgeous place. It's one of the reasons why we moved there in the first place, was because it was so pretty and it was a little bit further away from all the commercialism. The people that I've spoken to within our community, many do not know that what's going on up there. We see the sign, we see it's for sale, we see a notice sign. I had to stop and take pictures. As the man just said, it's one lane going in and out of there. You pull over to the side, you try and get a photograph of something, that's fine. So I think the traffic is one of the biggest concerns. Fatalities, as were mentioned, right, we've seen them far too frequently. I don't know why we need another storage facility when we have two that are directly across the street from us. It's right there. Neither of them are fenced, or well, they're fenced with chain link. I'm sorry, they're not wall blocked. One of them has large equipment. The other one has got RVs. We don't need another one here. So while it might be nice to be able to serve the people of Entrada del Oro, I don't think that the people of Entrada del Oro, when collectively heard, really want anything else. We're okay with driving 5 miles to go and get gas or a gallon of milk. We knew that when we moved there. So those are the biggest points, I think. Thank you.
Anyone else want to speak to this item or items? Okay, I'm going to. Oh, okay.
Hi, my name is Debbie Stowers. I live in Entrada del Oro, and my husband and I bought our retirement home in 2010. There was nothing much out there at the time except the beauty of the mountains and the scenery. That's why we bought out there. It used to be that I could sit on my back porch and have the peaceful tranquility of just hearing the doves and the birds and occasional people walking by talking or whatever. But now with the big trucks that are coming in and out all the time, we've even talked about maybe looking elsewhere. I don't want to do that because we love our neighbors and the community. But I think adding an RV and construction storage unit would be bad for our area. I've had to replace 2 windshields on El Camino Viejo because I've had big rocks thrown out, and those big trucks are not responsible for that. And that lane is only 1 lane, and even now we have a couple of people in our area that like to speed, and if you go the speed limit through there, they'll tear off and they'll go around you. They don't care whether it's on the right side that they go around you or the left. But I've had rocks thrown when they have gone around the right. It's just not, I don't think, a good location. There's, like the one woman said, that there's other facilities near us where people can park their RVs. And when we first moved in, we didn't mind driving 5-10 miles to go get a gallon of milk or gas or whatever we needed. We knew that when we moved in there. We weighed our odds, and we preferred to move there for the reasons we did. Lighting, I like the darkness so we can see those beautiful stars in the sky every night. So that's an issue for me. If they're open until 9 o'clock at night, there's going to be traffic. People are going to want to pull their RV rigs back there, and there's going to be more accidents. I know that. I don't want just a block wall that covers 8 feet of an RV or a construction vehicle. you either build it all the way up to cover those kind of vehicles or don't even bother. And a tree is not going to cover an RV. I just think that for the peace and quiet that the people moved out there for should be a great consideration of the board, and I would really appreciate that in voting no. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing.
Steve.
Who said? Oh, yeah. Okay.
So I want to address one of the things about the vegetation in the median. My office was able to get with ADOT, and as you go by the Arizonan, they cleaned up over 100 yards in both ways, because some of these, when they're pulling a trailer, they're bigger even than an RV, over 60 feet long, and they did have issues with not being able to see because of all the vegetation. That will probably have to be done, and my office can start with ADOT to get that cleaned up. I also had some questions on the security. If a gas station got built, of course, there would be people there. But if a gas station doesn't come for years, then you're going to have RVs there that are going to be tempting targets. You're going to have equipment maybe in the yards. Will it be completely automated to get in and out and get your equipment, or will there be an employee there? And then I also want to come back. I see Chris Wanamaker's in the audience. How would it be for us to make double lanes for 100 yards or so just in front of this to relieve the traffic? I know it's expensive to do it on ADOT, but on the Camino Viejo itself, it shouldn't be that hard if Chris could address that.
Well, Mr. Chair, before you can go there, who owns that road? Is it county or is it a private road?
Is it county or private?
I believe it's county. Chris can answer that. It used to be Old 60 at one time. It was the way.
Chris?
Yes to what, though?
If you can address that question.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. Chris Wanamaker, County Engineer. So a couple questions were asked. That section of El Camino Viejo is county road, so that we do maintain that. As part of this project, when we go through the site plan review, they would be required to provide a traffic impact analysis in which we would use to determine what sorts of improvements or enhancements or changes to the roadway that would be needed to support that development. And it's hard to say for sure whether additional lane on El Camino Viejo would be needed. If it's 2 lanes, you certainly would want to have make sure you have adequate storage for turning movements. So I would imagine some improvements would be needed to accommodate that. I will point out that for the storage uses, based on the size and the number of spaces they have, we're only talking 30 to 40 trips per day. It's very low for just that. The retail, it's unknown because we don't have the users or specific uses at this time.
So, yeah, we don't want another situation like in front of the Walgreens on Kings Ranch Road. So as long as you could double it just to the end of this business, or if they can help with that, that would be great.
Yeah, and that would be looked at as part of the traffic impact analysis that would be provided and reviewed during site plan.
We're dedicating 75 feet.
Yes, and the applicant did say they are dedicating the additional right-of-way along that frontage for the ultimate condition. So there'll be room for any improvements.
These are all conceptual drawings that we're looking at, so they don't have engineered detail to that level.
Right.
And to the issue of a traffic light there, what kind of things go back? I mean, what is involved in order to justify a traffic light there? Is there traffic counts, the current traffic counts? And I understand that subdivision is actually going to expand even more than what it is.
Yeah,
at what point does that take place?
Chairman, Supervisor Goodman. Yes, so when we talk about signalization, there's a number of thresholds, or what we call warrants, that have to be met in order to justify the investment of money to do the signal, and that includes things like volume thresholds over an 8-hour period, crash history, sight distance, and a number of other things. And I can tell you, right now, the signal is not warranted, does not meet the criteria using current numbers. What we're talking about on US 60, average daily traffic is about 18,000 vehicles a day at this location. The best numbers I have for El Camino is about 400 to 500 a day. That does not meet the threshold. Now, with this project, again, depending on the uses, if it's a gas station, it's going to generate a lot more traffic than if it's an office, an office type use or something. So, until we know what those uses are, it's hard to say how much additional traffic from the retail component there would be. As I mentioned earlier, the storage, we're talking 30 to 40 trips per day, which is pretty minimal. So, but we do know that the signal will be needed at some point in the next few years as the Entrada del Oro does build out. But they have not reached that threshold yet. So.
I drive through that. This is at the intersection of 79 and the 60, is it not? Or right in that general area?
Yeah.
No,
yeah. And so, I drive through that intersection every week during the summer, coming home from the mountains. And so, but the traffic that's actually on the 60 doesn't get off. They don't exit unless they're going to use this to go down to someplace else. I don't know. There's thousands of cars that drive that road every day, coming down from Superior and going up to Superior, both directions.
Yeah.
And I know that the Highway Patrol, they police that area pretty heavily coming off that mountain, coming off of Gonzales Pass. They like to grab people in that little area there. I'm always watching for them. So, I don't know. And the traffic won't get lighter. No matter whether there's something built here or not built here, the traffic will increase yearly.
Mm-hmm.
With the build out of the neighborhood, it's going to get larger. It's going to be more
it's going to increase
for years.
Yeah. And Mr. Chair, if I might, if I grew up in East Mesa, and it was a lot of farmland and desert land itself, and look at where it's at today. And the Supervisor Clear's rolling his eyes going, here's story time again, so I apologize for that. But change is inevitable.
Yeah. I think it's a way to get improvements, because those conditions with a traffic study and stuff, we might find some traffic calming implementation. Yeah. In a scenario like that.
Yeah, and to your point, I think it would behoove on the development itself to be part of that, making those improvements themselves. So the additional lanes that everybody's been talking about, things of that nature, is probably going to be part of all that at some point when you determine that. Okay.
We see it in my area. When I moved there, it was quiet. Now we got more homes up the road. I got more cars. It went from a 3-lane road, and now it's 5 lanes wide all the way up, and
there's no place in Arizona,
and it just is busier and busier. So,
yeah.
Mr. Chair, just wanted to ask Jason, if you don't mind.
Please.
What phases do you think these will be? The storage first, the gas station first, just to get an idea of what the developer's thinking.
Certainly, through the chair. Supervisor Patella, the idea here is that it's likely that the storage may come in first, and then the commercial, but they could come in tandem.
Okay. And then, obviously, you have a block wall around the whole thing, so I'm just reading some of the stuff that came in. They're worried about drainage. I'm obviously going to have a drainage plan. I'm just bringing that up because I don't want all these people who wrote all these letters to think that we didn't read these letters. So there's stuff here that we know has to happen down the line, but I just want to make sure that they understand. As for comments here such as, no economic impact, well, sure there is going to be an economic impact. I think that'll be actually financially quite the impact financially. So,
if I may, Supervisor, that's correct. There's a TPT tax that will be collected from the leasing of the storage area as well as the RV storage, and then of course the retail sales tax of the retail. So those will go to fund county services.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it's very important because constituents take time to write these letters, and we are reading them, and I just want to make sure that you realize that. So I'm only just addressing a few things to make sure that we are addressing this. We care about you. We worry about you. But again, some of them are being addressed only because I don't think they have the full story, and that's why I want to make sure that you understand that. That's all.
We've skipped over those security questions, too. If we could come back to those.
Mr.
Security?
Yeah, my first part of my question, we went on to Chris, and we never got this.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The security questions answered. How will it be handled?
Oh, thank you, Supervisor Surtees. So, I'll address the site security because is that what it was about the 8-foot wall and how we're going to keep it safe, or was it about traffic security?
There is nobody living there at 3 o'clock in the morning. That's going to be tempting. I mean, I can get over an 8-foot wall still to get in there, and also can people go in and out themselves with a code to get in?
Yes.
I can't talk because it's 2 o'clock and I haven't eaten. So, yeah.
Well, if I may, Supervisor Surtees, I understand the question perfectly. So, yes, all of the leasees will get a secure access code. So when they come in and they leave, they'll have to enter that code so we know who came and when they leave. There's also security cameras and the security lighting. And as we talked about dark lighting, we'll make sure that it's motion only at night, so the lights will only come on if somebody's on the property. But those that have access codes cannot come in at 9. They're going to be blocked access. I mean, if there's an emergency, Mr. Good can figure out an emergency on a one-off, but he also manages another RV storage facility where that's also walled in. And I understand from him that we don't have a theft problem there, and we hopefully would not have somebody getting over the 8-foot wall to break into the RVs here. Certainly that would be a concern at any storage facility, and we don't have somebody living in there. But, nobody's allowed to store their RV or live in their RV, so the urban camping problem, that's not allowed. It would be illegal. We'd have to chase somebody out if there was something like that happening.
Will there be an employee there during the daytime?
For the storage facility and its size, there wouldn't be a need to build an office for an employee, but I'm not certain how much time David's been there. Would you mind, Supervisor, if I have the owner speak?
Sure.
Thanks.
David Good. I live on Gold Canyon, Cloudview Avenue. To answer your question, we're going to have a Knox box for emergencies, for fire, police, things like that. Motion detect lighting at night. I will manage it myself for the first couple of years, then I'll probably put my son in there. I'm on an existing 22-year site right now. Knock on wood, we've never had a theft. That's in 22 years of operation. I would like to add a little bit of the concern that I've heard since I've been here listening about the highway deaths, about people jumping rooftops, trash thrown on a property. I think with or without this project, you're going to see all this anyways. Speeding down the highway, I can't do anything about that. Kids jumping rooftop to rooftop, again, can't do anything about that. But I can tell you that, like I say, this is my third project, and we've never had a theft on the other ones. And we operate it from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m., and then in the wintertime or summertime, it goes to 8 p.m. And if there's an emergency or somebody leaves their wallet or something that they need, I have an emergency call, they can call me, and there'll be an emergency phone number on the gate. And then I can give them a special code, and I'll have everything video cameraed and I could see it from my phone as well. But is there any other questions?
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I have a quick question. I mean, I keep my motor, not for you, but I'm going to ask Mr. Sanks, but I keep my motor home. And Mr. Sanks, I'll need you in a second. I keep my motor home in a place. I've never had any problem in 15 years, and it's all key carded. We can get in from 7 in the morning till 7 at night. That's it. So, you know.
And can I ask you a question?
Sure.
How often do you take it in and out?
Once every few months, maybe.
Okay.
You know, I mean,
so, you know, I'm hearing a lot of things about, oh my God, the traffic. Well, my gate operates 3 times a day on the average. People park these things, they park them.
Oh, it's like a boat marina.
I mean, trust me, I like to see people use them because that's my business, storing their vehicles. But a boat, RV, things like that do not come and go. As far as retention, water, we're 24 inches higher than the neighboring properties. And if you look at the, I don't have the visual up, but if you look at it, we've already allotted 3/4 of an acre for retention, and everything will flow into that retention. We'll even have an overflow on the overflow. So we've already figured that in already.
Mr. Sanks, I have a question for you, just real quick. It comes from a comment from the public hearing, and that, you know, you didn't come to my door and talk to me. How many neighborhood meetings did you have, and how well were they advertised?
Oh, thank you, through the chair, vice chair. So our neighborhood meeting, we sent out 670 notices. So every resident of Entrada del Oro was notified by mail. And then Mr. Good has been monitoring their Facebook page. So he's been responding to comments as they come in on the Facebook page. So there's been dozens of those. But we did have one neighborhood meeting, and then we've had, I don't know how many follow-ups back and forth via email and phone. And I appreciate, I mean, these people are here on their own time. They're informed, and they're here. And those that responded via, all of the emails came in from the Facebook page because there was contact information posted on how to get in touch with the supervisor's office. I hope that helps. We did expand the notice area clearly because it's, even though it's a mile and a half away, we get it. It impacts them.
Okay, thank you.
I did start a Facebook page in Entrada del Oro section. Inviting input is what I asked, and I've got a lot of input, and I answered everybody's questions. I operated that for about the last 60 days or so.
Thank you.
How many homes in that area?
I believe there's around almost 1,200 homes, with more coming every day, I believe.
Somebody calling me? Someone asking me? No. Oh. Our voices. Okay. So close the public hearing. We at 19, number 19. Board's pleasure. I think the discussion is over.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to approve 19 as written.
I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Sure, I'm sorry.
With stipulations?
One stipulation,
Thank
sorry.
you.
Stipulation. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion. I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Item number 20.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve item number 20 as presented with 12 stipulations.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. We will recess for lunch. About 30 minutes.
Let's get you, Fred.
Chair. A little process we go through here. I'll request any recommendations for the position first, and then ask if there's a motion, and then followed by a second, and allow that vote to recommend appointment in order to in order in which they will recommend the first recommendation and appointment. Do we have a recommendation for next year's chair?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to recommend Supervisor McClure.
Second.
Okay. No, you're not supposed to say second yet.
Oh, yeah. I withdraw.
You have to let me ask, is there any other recommendations for chair?
I withdraw my second.
Okay.
Well, then I will second it.
No, wait, I haven't I'm still at. Is there any other recommendations for chair? Hearing no other recommendations for chair. Now we have a vote, or we had second? I need a motion. I need a motion. You recommended.
Okay,
You wanna
Mr.
make
Chair.
a motion?
I do. Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we appoint Supervisor McClure as our chairman of our board beginning January 1st, 2026 through December 31st, 2026.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I know you
Good-
want. I know
good
you want
luck.
to retire from this. So.
Oh. You don't need a big one like I had to have.
We're doing this now. So, Chairman Miller.
Well, we need a vice chair.
Stop for a minute. So, in recognition of your years of service to Pinal County, this is your 13th year now, I believe, and multiple chairmanships. You know, we really appreciate.
This is my fourth chair.
Your fourth chair. Okay, well, you get it right eventually. But we just want to say, you know, thank you for your service for the many years of, you know, leading the county along and bringing us forward from where we were many, many years ago. And to that end, I would like to present you with this plaque and a gavel that is not broken.
See, this one still has.
I know,
the
no,
on
I
it.
know. So anyway, here you go.
Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Well, thank you, everyone. My family won't take it off. I'll send it here for
Yeah,
now.
no, it won't fall off.
Okay. Looks like I could take it off, though, if I needed to.
You can use it at home.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's where I get a lot of respect.
Is this why Kevin?
Mine came in, Supervisor. The one I got came in handy for the new mayor.
Oh, yeah?
He's using my gavel for in the mayorship.
Oh. Okay, item number 22 on the agenda is the appointment of the vice chair of the Board of Supervisors. I will ask if there's any recommendations for vice chair.
Mr. Chair, I have a recommendation
Okay.
for Vice Chair for Jeff Surdy, Supervisor Surdy, sorry.
We have one recommendation. Do I have any other recommendations? Not hearing any other recommendations. Is there a motion?
I would make that motion for Supervisor Surdy to be Vice Chair.
And do I have a second?
I'll second.
Motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. No business before this board any longer. Meeting is adjourned.